Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Happy Thursday. Welcome back. It's time for another A340 flight. Now, hopefully, I'll be a bit better at it today after our little bit of practice at the end of the stream on Tuesday, because the actual flight landings were less than where I would like them to be. Let's just say. So, those of you who've got a keen eye will notice. Where's my mouse? That's not what I want you to notice. Here's my mouse. It was plugged into USB charging. That's what it was doing. Those of you that got a keen eye will notice we have an Airnaut livery. So we've got two versions currently out on the website. I don't know why I've got all this text here. Ignore that. It's not important. We've got the Airnaut cargo, which I'm currently in today. Although, all right, small confession. This is technically a cargo flight. However, we are technically a passenger plane because I think GSX doesn't know about the cargo-ness of the A340. So I've had to tell it we're flying passengers, even though on the side it says cargo. But that's just between us. Grumpy is over there in his A340, and you'll notice he's not in a cargo livery. I don't know if you can see. Let me go in the drone camera. That might be a better idea. Grumpy is not in a cargo livery, even though he might be on his own computer. That is because the VMR file that does the model matching that I've included on the website with the liveries will model match to the passenger version of the A340. Because annoyingly, you can only really tell it. This is our call sign, X-Ray November Oscar. This is the aircraft type. And if you see those two paired together on VATSIM, show this livery. And there's no way for me to be like, and if it's the passenger one, show the cargo one, or show the passenger, and if it's the cargo, show the cargo. I can't differentiate between the two. Similarly with the A320, you notice all the time, those of you that do it, you probably, when you see an Airnaut A320, 19, 21, it's always with the sharklets. That's because I can't distinguish between sharklets and non-sharklets. It's just one and the same, so it's just pick one, basically. So I figured we'd go for the non-cargo. So it might be that when you see A340s going around like this, they could actually be a cargo one. They just won't have cargo written on the side. But yeah, really pleased with how the livery turned out. I've also put a thing on the bottom. I've started doing that now. I always like that. And on the cargo one, it always reminds me of Emirates. You see Emirates, they always put a big thing on their belly, don't they? I've always admired that. Have I still got a cold? Hello, David. 20%. And on this side, whoops, because we're in the cargo plane, we have an Airnaut cargo underneath. How it's turned out. Took a little bit longer than I would like, but then most things do. That's the only trouble. Plane is floating a bit. Yeah, that'll be V-Pilot, I would imagine. Hello, Macabell, by the way. And Pick, nice to see you. Who have we got in on YouTube? Grumpy, Jack, Philip. You in the sim, Philip. Jim, Aaron, Harry, David, who we said hello to. And we got Ken in YouTube Vertical. Nice. Yeah, so head on over to the website if you want the livery, airnaut.co.uk/liveries. You'll find it there. It wasn't as bad as I thought doing the livery. As soon as the plane came out, I was like, oh, God. Like, you know, another livery to do. But this one wasn't that bad. Fair play to Innie. Their paint kit was very nice. They gave a nice, easy to drop in community asset into the community folder that you can then just mess with and kind of paint on top of. So that's all right. The biggest thing, it's always the biggest thing, is the tail. This bit here is in one piece. And then you've got the back of the fuselage, which is another piece. And then this bit here that kind of sits in between, just this little kind of strip that goes around here. And this little bit here is another piece. So you have to line up where the tail bit ends here to where the back of the fuselage bit ends there. And it's just trial and error. There's no, I've yet to find a way where I can be like this point to this point, and it, you know, it's like move to the left on this bit of 5 pixels, and oh, it's awful. But once you've done that, getting the stripes is fairly straightforward. The engines is just like blue. That's nice and easy. So that's good. That is good. Fleet is looking good, Joseph. Really pleased with it. And so the plan for today then is actually obviously to take it for a bit of a spin. We're going to Hamburg first. We're in Dublin at the moment. We're off to Hamburg. And then we're going to head off from Hamburg to Prague, and that should be a nice little day out. Nice little day out. I thought today as well I would try the EIS, whatever it's called, 1. So the old CRT screens, because people asked about that last time. So we'll give that a go. Right, let's... oh no, I haven't got my camera views. Hold the line, callers. Hold the line. I need to set this up, otherwise I'm going to be fighting it all day. What's that for a camera view there? Alright, that's the top panel. This is such good content, you get to see me make camera views. That's a nice one. We go with that one. Why am I stuck behind the chair? There he is, look. Let's quickly get some wing views. I'll tell you what we'll do, actually, before we do that, we'll get the plane fired up. Where's the battery button? Battery 1, 2, 3, external powers. On. Emergency lights to arm, no smoking to on. Crew supply. And then we'll get the navs on. 1, 2, 3. We'll let the plane come to life. Sent you a DM about the variable wind. Oh, yeah, that was from last stream, wasn't it, Philip? Yeah, we had a couple of pilots jump in. I don't know. I think you went quiet when that was going on, Philip, so maybe you had to go or something. But we had a couple of pilots jump in and say that they always add in a tailwind, so then the plane is preparing for what could be the worst case scenario. Oh, how you doing, Tart? Import from Simbrief. Here we go. Cracking. Now. We can't, we're going to have to do an instant load, aren't we? Because I haven't got GSX figured out yet. Alright, instant load it is. That's what the message says. Oh, nice. I'm sure there was one guy that came in ages ago. And of course it started a bit of a, well, actually, conversation between lots of different people in the chat. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but most people that do flight sim, they do tend to know everything. And there was a few people that were like, no, it's this, it's that, it's the other. And then we had a pilot come in and was just like, no, it's that. I always love that when that happens. Because it's like, well, you've just been told, haven't you, basically? Like, who's going to know? Some flight simmer on the internet or a pilot? Probably going to go with the pilot. Right, let's get some wing views in, shall we? Oh, it's an easy over there. Lovely. How's that for a wing view? Good. To the other side. Oh, I should have put the air not thing on the telly, shouldn't I? Why do I keep getting stuck? Oh man, the camera system in this game just sucks. I really wish they would do like a walk around mode, but for in the plane, rather than this stupid camera that just gets stuck on everything. Stupid cam. Oh, was that you, Jack? Nice one. Jack's EasyJet. Brilliant, I'm stuck again. What do you want me to do? I need to get through here. Can I come over the chairs? No, brilliant. Ah! Oh my word. Right, let's go around here. Go around the front. Can't get through here, I'm stuck again. Why is this game so rubbish? Oh, for Christ's sake. Right, no wing views today. God. Ugh, right. Thing like questioning your life choices at 9:30 in the morning is a... I booked a 9:05 New Sky departure. Yeah, that's alright, isn't it? Plenty of time. Right. Init request. Oh, Ty, you're in YouTube Vertical now as well. IR line in 5 minutes. Good. Alright, we might as well make use of the 5 minutes and get stuck in the cabin again. I'm going to go... No, can't go there because we're stuck. Oh no, can we? I love being a flight simmer. Like... Just... How am I supposed to get through here? I can go through the seat, but I can't go in the... That's ridiculous. It appeared to be stuck again. Alright, we'll just go through the chairs then, I guess. We're gonna get stuck on the wall? No. What? Oh, yes, we are now. Completely stuck. Alright, let's go through the ceiling. Stuck again. I've had more luck going through the interior than down the walkway. I think I might just become a Battlefield 6 streamer, actually. I've had enough of this. Just delete the channel. Start again. Oh. Brilliant. Now we're at the front again. Oh, I don't... You know. They've wasted my life. Oh, sorry about that, Andrew. Andrew saying, watched a few of your videos and looking at getting a gaming PC in the next few months. Once it's in, my wife will rarely see me. Yeah, apologies to your wife, Andrew, but equally, PCs are pretty good, so... Yeah. what do you want me to say? Joseph says, I remember this from the preview streams. They all found it a bit of a faff too. I might just have to download a camera config file. That's alright, we've got this one. That can be our own, that can be our one view for today, if you're all happy with that. Unless I can somehow quickly get across. Go on, go on, go on. Go, 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 go. Yes! Alright, now can I... Yes, go through the chairs. I want to get a back of the wing view. Make me get stuck on the wall. Right. That's a nice view, isn't it? Let's go for that one. And then... through the back of the chairs. So, right wing. Right wing. Gotta be careful saying that. Left wing. Gotta be careful saying that as well. And left engine. Good. And we've got our dash view. Do we have our wide view? Yes. And we can keep an eye on our good friend. I've downloaded some of your liveries. Can I show as air not without using VATSIM? Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, I mean, you can just like fly for air not. You can, if you want to, you can just fly totally offline with our livery and just have fun. If you want to fly for the virtual airline, you can, and just fly offline and just earn, you know, do the flights, and as long as you fly properly, you'll get the scores and contribute to the airline in just in the same way as you would on VATSIM. If you want to do it with Say Intentions, if you want to do it with Beyond ATC, if you want to do it on VATSIM, that's fine too. Just do what you want. Like, don't let me tell you what to do. It's your sim. I find VAs can be a little bit like, oh, you got to do it exactly this way. It's like, well, it's not your sim though, is it? So why don't you button it? Right, out of Dublin, I'm using 28 right. Grumpy, are you on 28 right? I think you said you were. On the NDEC 3 Juliet. So that, yes, very good. Would love to see an air not livery for the iFly 737. Only trouble is, AK, is that I don't own the iFly. Yeah, that's the only problem there. I'm going to take ILS 23 into Hamburg, even though SimBrief wanted 33, because I'm chickening out a little bit. Much in the same way Grumpy is, in that we want to do the ILS, not the RNAV, because we're not 100% familiar with the plane. Even though we probably are. Don't want to be caught out, which is fair enough. I feel like New Sky is the most advanced of all the VA clients in terms of the amount of data they track compared to VAMSys, Pegasus, etc. Yeah. All eyes on Elevatex, though, I would say. They look like they're doing some quite interesting stuff over there. Right, let's get the APU on. God, you can tell that everything looks old in this plane, in the EIAUOS1, whatever it's called. Do I put the 777-300 ER livery on your website using OC3 or drag and drop? Drag and drop. I don't think, unless they've updated OC3, at the time I made the livery, the whole PFP or whatever it was they were doing wasn't a thing. The subtle lag of everything, yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels old school, doesn't it? Like, you can see those CRTs in there, can't you? It's very cool. Is this A300? No, it's the 340. Inop Systems, Pack 1 and 2, AP 1 and 2, Cat 2. Okay. Why? Oh, you. Stand by. Grumpy, where have you gone? Or am I just not connected to VATSIM anymore? Yes, I am. Alright, controls. This could be a problem. I've got my throttles. Oh, you can tell it's a streamed plane, can't you? Obviously, I have to do my throttles twice then for the Where do you go for throttle config? Okay, so I've got 1 and 2. So that ain't going to cut it, is it? Yeah, those are working. Alright, into controls we have to go. Sorry everyone. Grumpy, if you need to push, feel free. I'll just follow you. But at least you get to see a live how to configure the Thrustmaster throttles with the A340. So we go to... I don't want to go Phoenix 2. I really hate the way they do the controls in 24. It just feels so bloody clunky. Let's duplicate this and we'll call it. So I never know whether I should do general controls or airplane controls or specific A340 controls. It's just like, ugh, I don't know what to do. Anyway, power management, where's that? Throttle. Throttle 1 axis is... Oh, God, which one is it? The L-axis X. Really hope it is. Throttle axis 2. L-axis X. And then 3. Shout if you know, by the way. It's L-axis Y, I think. I just buggered up the Phoenix thing. I better have. So what does it save that under? Honestly, whoever made the controls in this needs to have a word with themselves. So I've got... Alright, I'm going to make a 340 profile and just have done with it. Let's try again. We will do throttle 1 axis. L-axis X. Please enter name for this new input profile. A340. Okay. Throttle 2. L-axis X. I'm going to remove the 0 to 100% one because that causes trouble, doesn't it? That was the problem I had last time. I bet you're all loving this, aren't you? This is such good content. It is a Thursday, so everything should probably go wrong today. Normally things go wrong on a Thursday. Cursed Thursday. Okay, there's 2. Why is 3 still going? Why is that happening? I don't know why that's happening. Don't want joystick button 3, I want... There's nothing that should... I don't know. Maybe it's spad.next? Let's close spad. It was spad. Thank goodness. Okay, let's set max reverse. I think we're there now. Max reverse is set. Idle reverse. Idle. Climb. Flex. Toga. I'm going to take idle reverse down a bit more to like there. Now, do my speed brake still work? And do my flap still work? Yes! Right, we're in business. Thank goodness. Turn on the fuel pumps. Let's get the passengers strapped in. Because we've got 2 minutes until we have to go. Bing, bong. And I still haven't done any of this. Oh, man. Macabel, to answer your question, yes. Oh, I see Joseph's helping out. Thank you, Joseph. Sorry, I was a bit busy there. Yeah, to answer your question, you don't have to fly the schedule for the virtual airline. You can fly wherever you want, whenever you want. Just do what's called a free flight. Airline only makes 80% of the money that you would having done a scheduled flight. But honestly, I don't really care. Just do what you want. Have fun. That's the main thing. Have fun. So if you're not having fun, then why? There comes a point where you have to wonder, like, why are we even, you know? Right, 0 fuel weight. Will these click through? No, they won't. I've done... What am I doing? I'm getting all rattled now, aren't I? Takeoff performance. That's what I want. We want runway 28 right. That's what we want. Dry. Sync the weather. Calculating. 53 degrees is the flex temp. Let's get that in.
The push and start, stand 416, facing slightly west.
Slightly west. 135, 138, 145, 135, 138 for VR and 145 V2. Flaps is 1 and up 5. 1/UP 5.0. We're gonna need a lot of trim to get out of here, aren't we? Annoying thing is, Philip, when I do the search by input, it like detects a button, I think, on the detents. Right, where's Grumpy? What's he doing? There he is. Right, GSX, please. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? GSX isn't going to work. Let's get Aer Lingus to push us back. Do we need to remove chocks? Ground equipment. The APU is fired. Yes, it is, and it's available. That's good. So we can remove... Okay, I can see someone walking. That's good. Remove ground power and remove the chocks. So hopefully that will let GSX kick into life. Is VR good for Microsoft Flight Sim? Yeah, it's amazing. I've got the Pimax Crystal Light here. They let me borrow one of them. Very cool. And then they sent me the Super, and it's like, oh my god. Like, that's another level, that is. But you need a lot of horsepower to drive the Super. Thank you to Rajado Coffee for supplying today's coffee. The official in-flight coffee of AirNot. rajadocoffee.com/AirNot. No delay. What's Q&H?
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
.1029. We're on Sim Update 4 as well today, by the way. So I haven't even considered what we're getting in terms of frames. Although developer mode is off. Oh god, no, don't go back to main menu. I think I would just rage quit if I did that. Too bad, 45 on the ground at Dublin. How you doing, Ryan?
Locking gear.
Nice one, Ryan, that'd be cool. Now we need to stay below 9,000 feet on the climb out. Not 5, 6, Foxtrot. Are you ready to taxi, or can I push?
You push. I'm still tinkering with the engines.
Roger, in that case, Airnaut 232, stand 407, pushing back, facing southwest. Nose left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Tail right.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Started will.
Okay. Engine into ignition. You do engines 1 and 2 at the same time, is that right? They bloody are at idle. But they weren't.
There is a light whistle for attracting attention. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. 4 in front of the wing and 4 behind the wing.
Was the beacon on?
In the event of an evac.
I thought it was. It is now.
By your crew now. Please note, the closest exit may be behind you.
So I just had New Sky beep at me, but I didn't get the pop-up.
In your seat pocket for more information. Thank you for your attention. We hope that you enjoy your flight.
So New Sky's saying I can't start my flight.
Echo Romeo pushing back from gate 312, Dublin traffic.
New Sky's saying I can only start my flight 60 minutes from departure time. But it's 9:05 Zulu.
Dublin traffic, Singapore 7348 heavy, taxiing to runway 28 right via Whiskey 2 Foxtrot Outer. And November.
Set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
Yeah, so New Sky won't let me start the flight, so that's good. Let's just delete it then. Sorry, New Sky, you don't get to come along for this one. On the 340, I watched they wait for 10% on the N2, then start the next engine. Oh, okay, fine. Can't really hear a lot on these, can you? Okay, auto brake switch isn't working, so we'll just go auto brake max, that's fine.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is
Cheers,
clear.
Ryan.
Right is clear.
What stick is that? It's an FS project stick on top of a Moser AB9. All the gear and no idea, as they say. Tango, Foxtrot. Do you go Foxtrot inner or Foxtrot outer when it comes to the last bit of the taxi? In the past, I've gone inner.
American 723
Hey,
Dublin
Andy boy.
traffic, taxi 28 right, Foxtrot Ida, Charlie, November.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, we can lose the APU, turn the bleed off, get the taxi light
Dublin
on.
traffic, Cleveland 8 Echo Romeo, taxiing to runway 28 right via off of apron 4. We'll taxi via the Foxtrot inner, take link 5 to the outers, and then continue the taxi to on November, and we'll hold November 1.
Yeah, Dublin traffic air not 232, taxiing from stand 407 to runway 28 right via Tango Foxtrot, Foxtrot inner, Delta Sierra, Charlie, and November for November 1, Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, air not 56, Foxtrot, just following that lot.
It's got to be the best Unicom call ever. Morning, Rob. That link 4 swap to outer. Maybe a good call.
Singapore 7348, crossing runway 34. Dublin traffic.
Dublin traffic, air not 232, correction to our taxi route at link 4. We're going to switch to Foxtrot outer, then take November. Dublin traffic. Okay, every time I make a Unicom call, this thing's coming up. So that's fun. We'll have to fix that. Can't beat a bit of link 4, can you?
Dublin traffic, easy 212, push and start from 409 Lima, Dublin.
So I'm not really giving it any beans at the minute. This is just idle thrust that's getting us moving. Really can't hear a lot of the engine noise on this, can you? I think INI are aware of it. I think they're going to fix it. Why is there a rabbit down there?
Some traffic, Shamrock on 5 Mike LS 2 left, 6 knots.
Right, now do we need to do a 737 trick where we exaggerate our movements.
American 723 Dublin traffic lining up and taking off 28 right.
Probably. Yeah, I tried upping it though, Aaron, and it just didn't really do a lot. Weird. You'd stop my chair tipping. I like my chair to tip when I'm flying, so I can sit back and relax, but not while I'm actively controlling the plane. Link 3. There's a bit of a queue to get out of Dublin this morning. I like it. Thanks, Jim. Take outer. Tail strike. Is there a way I can share the wing views? I've literally only just made them, like, at the beginning of the stream. Took me forever. I should... Oh, I don't know, because it's a streamed aircraft. Am I able to access the camera.config stuff because it's streamed via the marketplace? I hadn't considered that. Does anyone know? I know you can obviously add stuff to the community folder and it will then, you know, accept it. But as for modding the actual files of the plane, like copy-pasting files in.
Dublin traffic American 723 passing 3000 clear runway 28 right. Dublin traffic, Singapore 7348 heavy, lining up for takeoff, runway 28 right.
That wasn't folder, so we can put stuff in there. Because normally it's the camera.cfg file, isn't it, that you overwrite.
Runway traffic, runway 42 Julian Bravo, taxiing to runway 28 right.
Dublin traffic is 212 taxiing to 28 right via Tango, Foxtrot, Foxtrot Alpha and November, Dublin.
Let's get the turn.
Dublin traffic, Speedbird 8 Echo Romeo, holding short at November 1 for the departing Singapore 777. Once that's departed, we will line up behind Dublin traffic.
And Dublin traffic, Singapore 7348 heavy, taking off runway 28 right on the ND3 Juliet departure.
That's for 2020. Yeah, the thing is over 24, because this is a marketplace aircraft, it is streamed in. You don't download it. So I don't know whether we can even access things like the camera.config files. Maybe we can. Is that a Singapore plane? Oh yeah. in partnership with DHL. Yeah, so all you can do then is move the camera around and set your own. Just press Control Alt and a number to set it, and then Alt and the number to get it back. Got a voucher code from Microsoft to get Flight Sim on the PS5, but they say the region not match the code. Can you help?
Dublin traffic, Singapore 7348, clear off at 28 right, passing 2,500.
Still encrypted though, Grumpy, isn't it? Because it comes from the marketplace. Whether it's streamed or whether you download the content, I believe the encryption is still a thing.
Dublin traffic, speedbird 8 Echo Romeo, taking off the runway 28 right on the MQ1 Juliet departure. Dublin traffic.
Just going to sit here for a minute. Why do my levers keep trying to go into reverse? Look, they just ever... If I just pull them on a little bit, they want to go into reverse. Don't know why that is. Okay. Transponder to on, predictive wind shear to auto. Why is the takeoff config thing? I'm pressing it and it's not doing the test. It's bizarre. Dublin traffic, Air 232 via November 1, lining up to it, right?
Dublin traffic, speedbird 8 Echo Romeo, airborne, passing 1000 on the end of Q3 Juliet departure. Dublin traffic, have a good day flying, no problem.
Did I have to fiddle with registry settings to make the sim work today? No, never have to do that. Right, why can I not do the takeoff config test? Why is that not working? You can share views with 2020 and 24. It's just the fact that this is a marketplace product. Therefore, I'm not sure, because it's marketplace, it's therefore encrypted. So I'm not sure, in the same way that had any builds not released a paint kit, we wouldn't have been able to have made one by looking at the model and figuring it out, because the 3D model would be encrypted and we couldn't get through to it. And Dublin traffic, Air 232, taking off runway 28 right on the NDEC 3 Juliet departure, Dublin traffic. Right, can I do my takeoff config test? No, it just says test. Why wouldn't it let me do it? Everything's fine. Wants me to... Maybe that's what it is. Takeoff config normal, there we go. Oh, I'm glad I sorted that out. Come on in, let's go.
Dublin traffic, Air 56, Foxtrot
behind the departing company traffic lining up 28 right.
SRS green, Manflex 53, auto thrust blue. We're looking for 135 for V1.
V1.
So, aim for 15 degrees of pitch. Gear up. Levers climb. Yeah, I feel like the sounds just need a bit more, what's the word? I feel like the sounds are good, they just lack presence, they just need a bit of zhuzhing up. Do you know what I mean? Okay, we are at 210 knots. And Dublin traffic, and 232, passing 3,000 feet clear of 28 right, Dublin traffic. I'm going to have to get rid of that control bind in a minute, because that's going to annoy me every single time I do a con on VATSIM.
Dublin traffic, Airnaut 56 Foxtrot, taking off, runway 28 right, index 3 Juliet departure.
Under pressure.
Ryanair traffic, Ryanair, Dublin traffic, Ryanair 42 James Bravo, sign up runner 28 right, Dublin.
And we'll just keep hand flying for now. The more practice we can get hand flying this thing, the better. That was indeed a meow, Harry. Someone must be off school poorly today. Coming up on 9,000. Get that autopilot on. And there is the airport.
Dublin traffic, Airnaut 56 Foxtrot, passing 3,000 feet, climbing to 6,000.
We are moving. Right, so I'm going to be good. I'm going to stick to the SID.
Dublin traffic, Ryanair 42 Leo Bravo, taking off runway 28 right.
We are cruising 390. And our constraints after this waypoint are nothing. In traffic, Airnaut 232, climbing now, flight level 390, Dublin traffic. I need to get rid of that keybind because that's so annoying.
Dublin traffic, behind departing Ryanair 737, lining up runway 28 right.
Go, open climb to 390. Got to fly the new Jet Airways A340 livery from India next time. Jet Airways, I've never heard of that airline. Never heard of that one. Stefan says a bit more Boris. Oh, yeah. Well, those of you that saw the video that went out yesterday with the Boris sound pack, it's very cool playing with that yesterday. Very, very cool. Indian airline that ceased operations in 2019. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. See you later, Ireland. Nice. What are we doing in terms of frames now we're out of the airport? That's not bad, is it? Like 60-ish? Have I got VSync on as well? Yeah, I've got VSync on. So if I were to get rid... Oh, I'm going to have to go into... I don't really want to go into settings right now.
Dublin traffic, is 212 departing 28 right and Crew Juliet, Dublin.
Yeah, Sim Update 4 is absolutely killing it. Look at it. Like, I thought it was quite good on the ground at Dublin. Sort of 45. That's pretty good, really, when you're at a big airport on VATSIM. As in, when I say big, I mean like a highly detailed airport. Third-party scenery. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Someone's suggesting we do Truth or Dare. Probably not going to do that. They had 3 Airbus A340-300 aircraft back then, used to fly London, Brussels, Paris and Hong Kong from India. Nice. Maybe we'll have a look at that then. We are going to be flying in India soon because those of you might have noticed I've got a orange coffee mug. It's from a coffee company based in the Isle of Wight called Rajado. RajadoCoffee.com/airnaut. They do a APU blend, they call it, which is basically coffee for flight simmers. Because it turns out, despite running a coffee company, they are also raging flight simmers. So we've made a tour on New Sky in collaboration with them, where I got in touch with them and said, where'd you get your coffee from?
Dublin traffic, is 212 airborne, passing 3,000 feet
And
and Crew Juliet, Dublin.
they gave me a list of all the different countries, and basically it's kind of South America, a little bit of Africa and a lot of Asia. So we've sort of made a tour on New Sky. I've divided it into 3 parts. We've got part 1, which is kind of the Americas side of it, where it kind of you kind of work your way up through South America, Central America, and I think it concludes in Miami. Then you've got the Asia side, where we sort of go all the way, Indonesia, India, and then I think we conclude in Mumbai for that leg. And then there's like part 3, which think of it like the final boss of the coffee tour, where it's all long hauls back to East Midlands. So you've got Miami direct to East Midlands, you've got Mumbai direct to East Midlands, and we've got Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, I think, direct to East Midlands. So I would totally understand if a lot of you did part 1 and part 2 and was like, nah, I'm not going to do part 3. But that's kind of why I did it, because there's obviously the potential for a lot of long haul in that one. But at the same time, I know not everyone's up for that. But some people love it, so it's like, you can do parts 1 and part 2 and call it a day or not. What was what, Andy boy? Shane, the APU coffee is a dark roast, not a dark roast fan. Fair enough, Bobby. They do other blends too. Oh, the coffee. Rajado Coffee. R-A-J-A-D-O. If you wait a minute, Annie boy, in the top banner, it will roll around to it in a minute. You'll see it. Come fly with us, join the air, not amphibians. I swear no one ever looks at those banners. I might just get rid of them. Check out my setup. Yeah, check out my setup. Use the affiliate links. Do it. Twitch. Come on. There it is. Coffee for Simmers. The APU coffee blend. I think my favourite coffee is Colombian, grown at around 4,000 feet, with like a medium, not a light roast, I would say medium getting on to dark, but not dark. You get that like nice kind of nuttiness out of it. I love that. Is there any ATC in Hamburg? That's a good question. Let's have a look. That's quite busy out of Dublin, though, wasn't it? Yeah, there's a proper little conga line out of Dublin. Look at us all go. So the only thing on in the whole of the UK is Gatwick Ground. Bloody hell. There's Tower. Been on for 8 minutes. Happy days. Grumpy, we might have to do as we're told. Expect ILS approach runways 23. 23 for landing, 33 for takeoff. Hey, that's alright, Grumpy. It's going to work out for us, I think. We're going to come into this one here. Most likely vacate, if we can, here. And then wriggle across to somewhere. In fact, where is that somewhere going to be? There was something wrong with VATSIM yesterday. Why? What was that? Okay, there's us, just approaching angle C. Wrong thing. Now, where is the cargo? Is there a cargo place at Hamburg? So it's going to be Delta 1 or Delta 3, I would imagine, that we're going to vacate. Then on to Delta 1, hangar. And these are just hangars. Hangar. Terminal 2, Terminal 1. Well, I don't know them. Oh yeah, Bobby. I think I've seen that guy on YouTube. It's cool, isn't he? Control tower. Anti-noise shelter. Huh. I mean, is it going to be these? Sandwich, thank you, mate. Yeah, don't know then, to be quite honest, where we're going to get put. Don't know if there is anywhere for us to be put that is explicitly cargo. But we're not technically cargo, are we? That's the other thing. Like, we're in a cargo livery, but we are actually a passenger plane, so... I don't know. Rob, did you say you've done Wordle today? I do like that ambient sound we're getting from the 340. It's good. Cheers, Sim. Let's have a look at Wordle then. For me, the A340 is around €60. Yeah, for me in the UK, it was about £58, I think, once all was said and done. Come on, Em. Let's get Wordle done. One of these days, it's going to be the word early. Oh, look at that. That's a good start. That is a good start. Okay then. Where do we go from here? That's the question, because we could burn a load of goes here if we're not careful. There's a T in there, is there? Fourth letter's a T, something A, something TY. I was going to say like salty, but that wouldn't be it, would it? Something A, something TY. I was going to say like party, but that wouldn't. Obviously not going to be it. Okay then. All I can think of is the word farty right now. I just want to read out the word farty, but that's obviously it can't be right. Nor would I expect that ever to be a word on Wordle. You got it in 3 goes? Oh, stop it, Philip. Yeah, it could be double T. Could be a double T, couldn't it? Like... what would it be? Watty... Hatty, Gatty, Fatty, Catty, Batty. Jerry, is it going to be Catty? Yes, well done, Jerry. I'm just too good at Wordle. Too good at Wordle. Cargo version, Nabil, yeah, sort of. So we are in the new shameless plug Airnaut cargo livery, available on the website airnaut.co.uk/liveries. There's also a passenger livery included as well if you don't want cargo written on the side of your plane. However, Rob, you got to do what you got to do. Basically weaponising chat to cheat at Wordle. Yeah, so this is technically a passenger plane, as in not the freighter, as they call it, the passenger converted freighter, only because New Sky, the virtual airline software we have, doesn't recognise the freighter at all. Therefore it can't give an accurate load and it gets very confused. So, as luck would have it, you can run the passenger version, but also run a cargo livery on it. So it's a bit of a cheat, to be honest. I'm tempted to see what frames we get if we lose the frame gen. I'm going to very, very quickly lose frame gen. Graphics, not frame gen, VSync. Quickly! Oh. Like 2 more frames, is that it? But we are nice and balanced. 15 milliseconds on the GPU, thereabouts on the CPU. What about in the cockpit? Although when you move the mouse, it still does drop frames. If I, look how I'm just like moving the mouse. 50, 50, 50 something, 55, 54, 53. Stop moving the mouse, 60. It's weird that, isn't it? Cockpit. Don't think it does, Philip. Not now. They've got rid of that. Is there any UK control I need to be aware of? No. I looked last night, and honestly, it was such a joke. Like, Germany was lit up like you wouldn't believe. Like, we had all sorts going on. Towers, grounds, radars, the lot.
Traffic,
and then you look over to the UK and it's like Edinburgh ground. And that was it. I just don't understand why Germany is just so much more into it than everywhere else. I mean, I'm not complaining, but it's weird, isn't it? Like, France was, you know, there's nothing on in France. Much like it is now, really. France and Spain, you can forget it. Sometimes you get a bit of Portugal. But Germany was just like, bang! It was amazing. On the dev stream, they said they found an issue for that in Sim Update 5. Terrain pre-caching isn't working correctly as it stands in 2024 like it is in 2020. What, you mean about the mouse movement, Bobby? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Clark's in. How you doing, Clark? What time are we getting in just to plan things? (10:57) and it is now 9:44. So we've got over an hour. It's more than I thought. Maybe coming up on Manchester. Oh God, I've just realised something. Done it again. Why does it always do it? There it is. I thought that's unusual that we can see Manchester. Why does my live weather always disconnect? So happy with that little bit on the belly. I love that. For the UK, I think you get more area controllers all at once or nothing. So do they coordinate, Clark, do you know, like in the background or anything? For me, selfishly, as a streamer, I think I would rather have less area and just a more comprehensive service at either end where I'm going.
That's traffic. Genix 97 kilos, Tango 23 left, clear for takeoff.
Because once I'm up in the air, it's quite nice just to be able to chat to you guys without the radio constantly going in my ear. And this is a totally like streamer problem, and I appreciate that it is not reflective of the wider community. I'm sure everyone would just rather have as much as they can all the time, but I kind of feel like an approach radar or a director or something like that as you're getting near the airport is cool. Tower, ground. Could just be me, don't know. That's the thing, Clark. You sometimes see like London Control come online, and they're the only one, and it's like, flip. You've got to do Gatwick, you've got to do Heathrow, you've got to do all the stuff in the air. Like that is. Wild. Absolutely wild. I'm surprised they do it. I think I was online once, and I think London Control came online, and then Gatwick Tower and Heathrow Tower went offline, and London Control was basically like, I'm not doing all this on my own, see ya. And I was like, you know what, I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. Because it almost seems unfeasible to be able to actively do all of that properly. Like well, Clark, I'm sure you're aware because you're doing your Heathrow Ground endorsement, aren't you? Just to do Heathrow Ground well is probably a very big task in its own right. And then to do Tower and Ground at the same time is even harder. And then to do effectively Heathrow Director at the same time, as well as Tower, as well as Ground. And to do London Control, as well as Director, as well as Tower, as well as Ground. Oh, and by the way, there's Gatwick. That's very impressive to see them do it, but I don't really feel like it's fair to ask them to. Good morning, Mackham. How are you? Stutters when you move the camera. I was talking more about the mouse, Bobby. Because if you look now, we're getting, if I just let it settle, 54, 55, 56 FPS. If I start moving my mouse around in a big circle, you look how we're in the 40s immediately. So it's like the mouse movement is just gobbling up mains red. And I don't know why, and then you stop moving it and it goes back up. Similarly, when you move the camera, same thing. So if you're looking straight ahead, I think you're okay. Bad as in fun, yeah. I should maybe go to Heathrow a bit more than I do. I did not get your message, Grumpy. Cargo stands are 4.2 and 4.3. I will take whatever you don't out of those two. Alright, so where's that then? Let's look that up. 4.2 and 4.3, you say? The devil is that? Oh, it's down here in the naughty corner. I see, so probable taxi in then will be vacate Delta 3 potentially, worst case Delta 1, depending on how well these reversers work, then take Delta 1, then Golf, then cross runway 33, presumably onto either Bravo 3 or Bravo 1, and then Zulu 5. I can do that. Joseph says it's all an elaborate ploy. Drop your frame rates and then we have to buy peripherals to avoid using the mouse. There you go. Oh, that should be alright then. I like it when I've got a plan in my head. I hate landing somewhere and being like, I don't know where I'm going to be sent. Because there was that time, wasn't there, where no matter where we flew, if there was ATC online, they would send us to cargo gates even though we weren't cargo, because we used to use the ICAO code X-ray Alpha November. Cheers, Nazi. Yeah, we used to use the code X-ray Alpha November when we first started out on VATSIM as aeronaut, and then we just kept getting sent to cargo gates and we couldn't figure it out, and eventually we figured out that X-ray Alpha November is a reserved call sign for an airline called Southjet Cargo. And I was like, oh, I've never heard of Southjet Cargo. And I started looking, like, because you can find like published lists of all these different things on VATSIM to try and help you find a code of your own so you don't step on someone else's toes. I asked on the forums and they sent me links to various PDFs. So like basically if you check this PDF and that PDF and that PDF, if what you want doesn't show up, you're pretty much going to be alright. So I was like, awesome, thank you. Still couldn't find X-ray Alpha November. And then it turned out it was from Southjet Cargo. It's a fictional airline from the movie Snakes on a Plane. So somewhere, somehow, that had got entered into a database that the VATSIM controllers use. So they just saw Southjet Cargo and were just like, you know, X-ray Alpha November, taxi to cargo stands. And we were all like so confused. So that's why we changed it to X-ray November Oscar. So I don't know how that airline ended up in some sort of VATSIM controllers database somewhere, but it obviously was. As Clark saying, done a few busy sessions at Heathrow. It's nice to get into the flow. Most people are good. I get the odd, this is my first flight, what do I do? That's tricky. Yeah. Again, probably shouldn't do your first flight at Heathrow unless you spent a lot of time learning Heathrow prior to doing it. I must admit, I'm never sure when I land at Heathrow, Clark. I don't know whether you can help on this. I never know when I vacate whether I should turn left or right. I never quite know what to do, because I always feel like... Hang on, let me show you. There's my charts. I feel like when you vacate, and this isn't just at Heathrow, this could be anywhere. Where's Heathrow? Brize Norton, Bovingdon. Here we go. So, am I right in saying when you vacate, you have to your airliner, i.e., the tail of your plane. You see there, you got the orange line for Alpha 8. The tail of your aircraft has to be beyond the line. You have to be sort of the terminal side of that line for the runway to be clear for the next guy to land. Have I got that right, first and foremost? Crikey, yes, I would appear to have a spelling error on my website. It is Horizon 7. After vacating, hold short of Alpha. How can you hold short of Alpha if you need to get past the other line? Do you see? That's my question. Really, is like if I have to get past the stop line, and when you say past the stop line, that does not mean your nose is past the stop line. That means your entire aircraft is. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse? Yeah. If you maybe can just see my mouse. Your entire aircraft has to be this side of the line, right? So therefore, in order to get your entire aircraft that side of the line, you sort of need to take a position on which way you go, surely. So I need to make a decision, am I going left, am I going right? But if I go left and then the controller's like, you should have gone right, it's like, ugh. Crikey, yeah, the X3D CPUs makes a big difference to Flight Sim, because basically the flight simulator is very main thread limited. Sim Update 4, as you can see, is going some way to helping with that, because look, we're now getting frames up into the 70s. But still, fundamentally, I think it is a very CPU limited platform, and the Vcache on the processors help to overcome that to a point. Because when that main thread is wanting stuff, the Vcache can provide data, or there's more cache for that stuff that it needs to be held in, so it doesn't have to go out to, you know, slower stuff like RAM. That's the idea. Don't worry about direction, only go in one direction if you want to head to that particular terminal. I guess that's the problem, isn't it? Is when you fly as a virtual airline. Like if I was flying as BA, I would know roughly where like BA planes would go, so I could head in that general direction. If I was flying Virgin or Emirates, or if I was in a 380, I could take an educated guess of where an Emirates A380 might go. But if I'm flying as Air Not, it's a little bit like, I'll just go wherever I'm told, really, to be honest with you. Like, I don't really have a place. How you doing, Christopher? Yeah, crikey, I will fix that spelling error on the website. Thank you very much indeed. 5-star, welcome on in. Thank you, mate. Cheers for the follow. Lewis says, do you have the A350 in your build? Pros and cons. We did a video about it quite recently, and the biggest con for me was how it hand flew. Like, there was a definite input delay. And I know that the A340 is a bit laggier compared to the A320 family, but it is a very different aircraft. And you might say, well, then why don't you think the A350 is okay? And that's because the A350 was a lot worse than the A340 currently is. However, they did an update to the A350 about a fortnight, 3 weeks after I made a video, basically saying I'd really like to like this plane, but I just can't hand fly it for toffee because it just is so much lag. It's like you do the movement, then the plane takes so long to move, and then you end up overcorrecting, and you end up left, right, and then you end up weaving your way down to the runway, and it's just a mess, and I wasn't enjoying it. Some people said that's how it's supposed to be, including any builds themselves. Then we started to hear from other independent YouTubers that are in particular into the blue simulations, who has real-world A350 experience, and he said, no, that is not what it's like at all. And he even made the point saying it's very slow to respond, particularly on the roll axis. I then made a video just basically being like, I don't really get the A350, I'm really struggling with it. Almost a call to help, really. Again, it wasn't like to hate on any builds or anything like that. Like, I don't really like doing that sort of thing. It was just really to kind of just like, be like, how are you guys finding it? Because am I missing something? Am I missing the point? Because I just cannot fly this thing. It's really, really hard to fly. And then, yeah, I think about 3 weeks after that video came out, there was an update, and people in our Discord were like, A350 feels different, in a good way. And I was like, oh. And then I tried it, and I was like, yeah, it does. It does feel different. It's almost like I can fly it now. Like, not brilliantly, because A, I'm not that used to it. But I felt like, yes, it had that feeling of a bigger plane, because it is a bigger plane. It is going to be a bit more sort of wallowy than a 319. Of course it is. But it felt more like it perhaps should. Again, it's hard because I'm not a real A350 pilot. I'm not a real pilot, so I can't say, oh, it should feel like this. But I feel like I do know when it feels wrong. It's really weird. But to me, it felt wrong out of the gate. And then this update came out, and it felt way better. Way, way better. To the point now where I'm considering bringing it back into the rotation a little bit. Because essentially I bought it, flew it twice, and I was like, no, into the hangar. And it's been there ever since. But after that update, it felt very similar to how this A340 feels now. I like a big, slightly more wallowy plane, which you can accept because it's a big plane. They're going to take longer to respond. And even A330 driver came out with the A340. Obviously being an A330 pilot, pretty good authority on how the A340 should feel, because of course the two planes do share so much. And he even made the point saying, if I move my stick, there's a very slight delay, then the plane moves. And he goes, that's how it's like in real life with the big ones. So fine. Yeah, I'm not going to detect a slight bit of input lag and be like, oh, can't fly it, it's broken, because yeah, I appreciate that's not how it is. But the A350 felt very laggy, to the point where I just couldn't do it and put it in the hangar as a result, which was a shame because I wanted to fly it and I wanted to like it. So hopefully now we can start flying it a bit more. I know people complain about the FPS. Honestly, I haven't found it that bad. Not as good as the Phoenix, I wouldn't have said, but it's in the ballpark. But then I appreciate I've got a 9800X3D and a pretty big old GPU in the form of the 7900 XTX, which has got a boatload of VRAM. So perhaps I'm immune to certain issues that others that maybe on a more modest system might have problems with. Like if I was flying on my it's my streaming PC that's sort of right in front of me, all it does is stream 5600X from AMD and a 3070. If I was to try and fly the Indie Builds A350 on that, maybe I'd have a different set of opinions. But yeah, I'd be keen to bring it back into the rotation. I kind of feel like it's gotten there now. And it'd be nice just to fly. Again, it's like a long hauler, bigger airliner that we can fly with our lovely Airbus stick that we've got here, so much the better. I know it's like not... If I had to rank them, obviously you got Phoenix, which is just like top of the shop, isn't it? Like Phoenix is just flipping amazing. I would rank Indie Builds below Phoenix, but not wildly below, but definitely below, if that makes sense. But I'm quite quietly impressed with this A340. It's been alright. It's done everything I've wanted it to do. I do wonder sometimes where we sort of like talk about the Phoenix being like, oh, it's so perfect, because it's got so much system depth. I would love to know how many of us actually use all of that system depth, or how many of us just go point A to point B, but we feel comforted in knowing that all that system depth is there, despite never using it. I do wonder about that sometimes. Right, secondary flight plan, let's get this one in, copy the active. I'm going to go put in RNAV 33. I'm not entirely sure what SID they would want me on though. But I think my old SimBrief plan will tell me, because that's what it wanted me to do originally. Risbo 3 Sierra. Via that one. Cool. I know you don't own it, but you need to fly the FS Labs A321neo. That thing is up there in terms of fidelity and immersion. Yeah, the only thing that puts me off, Bobby, is the history of the company, to be honest. So, those of you might be noticing we've put in a secondary flight plan, but there's no way to activate it. Now, I asked on the InnyBuilds Discord, and they said you need to put the plane into heading select mode. So if we do that now, there you go. Now you can activate the secondary flight plan. And I asked them about it. I said, oh, it's my understanding that in the Phoenix at least, oh, piss off Xbox. I said in the Phoenix, it's always there, regardless of whether you're in heading select mode or managed, or nav mode. And they said it depends on the manufacturer of the MCDU, and even the software version within that. Which I thought was an interesting tidbit. Cheers, 5-star. How do I get such smooth FPS? With great difficulty, to be honest. I mean, Sim Update 4 is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. The other day when we were in Sim Update 3, we were getting like half this. So, keep that in mind. Right, I feel like I want to just turn VSync back on because this sucks. Very quickly, into settings. VSync back on. Boff. Boff. There we go. Struggling to install my liveries on the Phoenix A320. Does it go in the Phoenix liveries folder or the community? Just in the community, Harry. Will I buy the InnyBuilds A380 when it's released based on my experience with InnyBuilds previously? If you'd asked me a month ago, or 2 months ago, I'd have said no. Now I'm a bit more like, maybe. My issue with the A380 is that I never even flew the fly-by-wire version. That was my problem with it. It's just not an airliner that naturally meshes with my style of flying. I love it. I adore it. Every time I see one in real life, I'm like, oh, it's an A380. But I don't feel that pull to fly it in the sim. This is Flight Sim 24, Fries. We're flying to Hamburg. How far are we till top of descent? Feels like we might be cracking on a bit here. Top of descent 177. Do nicely. Cost index is 160. Oof. Haven't bothered with the seatbelts because in my mind we're flying cargo, but of course we're sort of not, are we? Is it pre-recorded? No. I'm doing it. Obviously the plane's in autopilot at the moment, so I can just sit here and drink coffee and natter to you lot. Right. Where are we? We are past Norwich. Hey, Amsterdam ground's on. I give Hamburg approximately... I think we'll get to about here, just over the coast, and then they'll probably go offline. It's my prediction. Expect ILS approach runway 23. Runways in use 23 for landing, 33 for takeoff. Transition level 60. Monitor advisory 122.8 for takeoff. That is. Wind 300 degrees 7 knots, variable between 260 and 320. Visibility 10 kilometers. QH1021. So there's no real reason for me to mess this up, is there? Which I'm not entirely in love with. Hey ho. The landings give away that nothing's pre-recorded. Joseph, what are you talking about? Joseph doesn't know what he's talking about. So far, on the only thing I'm miffed about with the A340 is that you cannot pop out screens. According to INI, it's to stop copying. What do you mean to stop copying? As in piracy? Astro, I've never added it up and I don't intend to because it would probably frighten me to death when you say how much is the setup. If you want to add it all up for yourself, go to my website, airnot.co.uk/setup, and all my parts are listed there. And if you want to get the calculator out, feel free. But it's certainly not something I'll be doing anytime soon because it might be a shocking moment. Can I please share my experience with the side stick? Cost and feel differences from previous stick. Yeah, I mean, it's really bloody expensive. There's no two ways about it. It's, I would say, probably the finest stick you can buy. So the joystick base is the Moser AB9, and the stick on top is from FS Projects. The Moser AB9 retails for $549 here in the UK, and the FS Project stick comes from Italy, so I paid in euros, and after all the conversion and that nonsense, I think I was in for just over £200. So, yeah, call it 750 plus change, and then I spent about 50 quid on wood down at Wix to build this little pedestal thing that I've got it all mounted into. So yeah, probably £800 just for this little bit. Thankfully, Moser sent me the AB9, which meant I didn't have to pay for it, but goodness gracious, it is very, very good. Very, very good. To the point where if it broke and like I fell out with Moser and they were like, we're not sending you another one, for what, I would just buy another one. It's that good. It is that good. Grumpy's got one as well. In fact, Grumpy got his first and he was like, you might want to look into this. I was like, ooh. And then it's like, we'll have it. Like a couple of weeks later they emailed saying, do you want to review it? I was like, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Please and thank you. Yeah, that strikes me as weird that they're saying that, Grumpy. I don't know what to say. Just chalk it up to more weirdness from any builds. But in terms of the feel, Lewis, I think it's as close to the real thing as us simmers are ever likely going to get. I feel every time I see a new joystick come out now, whether it be like if WinWing were to come out and be like, we're making a force feedback one, or if Thrustmaster were like, we're making a force feedback one, it's like, that's great for the market, competition is good, could probably bring the prices down, for example, because Moser might be like, oh holy shit, we need to drop 100 quid off the AB9, or I don't know, and then Thrustmaster might be like, we're going to be super aggressive with price because there's other people playing in the market. That's good, that's what we want. But equally, would I rush out and buy one now I own an AB9? No. Like, I don't think there's anything else I could get now that would make this stick feel any better. Like, it's just end game Airbus side stick. But it's a lot of money. Good alternatives if the money is too much and you don't want force feedback, or rather you want something else that's cheaper. Thrustmaster Ava base, had a great time with that base. We flew that a lot on the channel. And again, this FS Project stick fitted right on top of that as well, which is really nice. Because the Ava base isn't force feedback, but it does have adjustable adjustable springs inside of it. So you can put in different sorts of springs, lighter, medium, heavy style springs, and you can then of course tension them to get them exactly where you want them, and you can fit different cams in, so as the stick moves, these sort of cams roll over, like the little wheel thing that does the movement, and they've got different styles of cams for different styles of aircraft, so you can get quite a high degree of customization without the massive bill of force feedback. Because initially I was like, well, why would I want force feedback? Because the real stick isn't force feedback in the real plane. It's just a sprung stick. But I was looking at it all wrong. I was looking at it backwards. Like, really, you're not using the AB9 to create force feedback. The profile that I have running on it, it doesn't offer any force feedback. You never feel like the wind hitting the plane through it, for example. You're never fighting against it as you're coming into land. All the force feedback motors are doing is mimicking the feel of a spring and a damper that's in the real plane. Jim says it's all about piracy. Marketplace at the moment is the only safe place for devs within 2024. Even if you download the aircraft, they still keep activation files. Yeah, 'cause it's all encrypted, right, Jim? Only thing, Lewis, is the AB6 is coming, which is cheaper and still has force feedback. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Oh, Grumpy, you serious? Have they gone offline? Have they actually? Copenhagen controls on as well. Let's refresh. Oh, they've gone! Oh, no. Literally. Literally, they knew we were coming. Never mind. What are you going to do, eh? Yeah, I mean, there's planes coming in. There's one in... Yeah, I mean, there's a few that we might clash with, actually, Grumpy. There's the one in front of us. Yeah, keep an eye on this one. Just coming up over the Netherlands. Eurowings. Because Eurowings is due to arrive 1 minute after me. we might have to keep an eye out for that one. How far am I from top of descent? 100 miles. Might be an idea then to do a bit of work. I've spent the whole morning sat here yapping to you lot. Landing performance. We'll sync the FMS. Hamburg, runway 23. Sync the conditions. Fine. So that's with a outside air temperature of 13, QNH 1021, flaps full, winds 3007. Let's pop that in now then. Oh, you can feel the lag on these, like the computers just feel slow. It was 1021, wasn't it? Yeah, 13 degrees, 3007 knots. And the Barrow, class of aircraft is the A340. Is it C? Now we're in a 340. Are we class C or category C or whatever they call it? D. So that's 272 then. For the Barrow. An extra 10 feet. Do. Yeah, I mean, if all you fly is A320, Lewis, AB9 is the finest example. Do you fly left or right-handed, out of interest? Because if you fly right-handed, they also sent me this, the MA3X side stick. It's not a one-to-one replica of an Airbus stick by any means. Like I said in the review on the channel, there's a full review on the channel, Lewis, if you want to get more detail on what I'm saying. It's very much like Airbus inspired, but as you can tell, right-handed. Now, can you fly it left-handed? Yeah. Feels a bit weird, but you sort of can. It's not like it's a military stick. I keep begging Moser, I'm like, Moser, please make a left-handed version of this stick. If they'd made a left-handed version of this, I probably wouldn't have bought the FS Project stick. No hate on FS Projects. It's incredible. But if I had this, I think you can buy this for like 70 or 80 pounds, I forget which it is. It's a hell of a sight cheaper, and it pretty much does the job. And the way the AB9, it's kind of got like a car gear stick, it's kind of got leather that kind of comes up from the centre bit that meets the stalk. Yeah, again, doesn't look like this, but in its own right, it's a nice, tasteful solution. If you were to pop that on top, left-handed, I would probably have said, you know what? That's enough. Call it a day. So hopefully they will do that at some point. Every time I talk to them, I'm like, just saying. You should really do a left-handed stick. I don't know whether we're just the vocal minority. That's the thing. What's the Barrow and where did I find it? Just over... Oh, sorry, you're thinking... What we're talking about? Charts, Jim. So on the ILS charts for runway 23... It's down here, look. Straight in landing, and you've got different categories, A, B, C, and D. I was just a little bit unsure whether we're a Cat D or a C or a what. Now we're in a 340. 320 family's Cat C, is it not? Yeah, bold is Barrow. Because like you can see here, they give it to you. You got DA, and then H. I believe the H is the radio altimeter. So 229 would be the radio altimeter. 272 is the baro, I believe. And the runway elevation is 43 feet. You can see there. And what's the difference between these two figures? Lo and behold, 43. So that's why the difference is to account for sea level. So obviously your radio altimeter is looking down at where the ground actually is relative to the plane. Baro is obviously barometric. Sometimes at like really high airports, they're a mile out because of course like the baro is going to be like, if you're landing somewhere that's like, you know, near a mountain, it could be like 1,258, whereas the radio minimums would be like, I don't know, 200, something like that, you know. Yeah, fingers crossed we get a left-handed stick out of Moser soon. If they do, I'm taking full credit for it. I'll have to tap them up for a royalty. Cheers, Addicts. Hope I'm saying that right. "42 miles until top of descent. What should I do about my cost index?" So what does SimBrief want us on? 160. Alright, Abdix, how are you, mate? Just getting ready to potentially guff up a landing into Hamburg in the A340. Here we go. There's us. So if we go into plan, I'll just step you through the route in. So there's Gastu, that's the next waypoint. Then you can see we basically do a little wriggle out and around. It may be that when I get to Delta Hotel 634, based on where that Eurowings is, it may be that I decide to vector out beyond here and then sort of come in long, because I don't want to clash with that Eurowings, because there is a Eurowings on the way. Where are they? They are... Looks like they might slot in right in front of us. Eurowings due in 14 minutes, I'm due in 16. There's another one coming up as well. Goodness gracious. Flying to Singapore. Oh, was that you at Dublin? In the triple? Was that you? That's cool. What am I playing on? Yeah, PC. I wouldn't be able to connect to VATSIM and, you know, do what we do on Xbox. It just wouldn't. It would just never work, would it? It would never ever work. I feel like the Xbox and soon to be PlayStation are what I would consider to be like gateway drugs for flight sim. Grumpy says A340 is Category D aircraft based on its approach speed. Category D is defined as aircraft with a landing ref speed, VREF, between 141 and 165 knots, which is typical for wide-body aircraft like 340. I do. I'm glad I could help, Abdix. What's that? Abdix gifted a Twitch sub. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Who won it? Who got it? I am Hoon. Nice one. Be sure to say thank you to Abdix. And thank you very much for the support, Abdix. I really appreciate that. Grumpy, you got that from Google AI. I'm a bit worried about AI, to be honest. I feel like it's going to remove our curiosity because we're just going to search for questions, and rather than like looking at 5 different websites that could give 5 slightly varying answers and then we use our brains to come up with an actual conclusion that we feel is reasonable, we're just going to read what AI says and be like, okay. And then at what point does AI just basically control us just by giving us a certain skew on answers constantly, just pushing us in a certain direction? I don't know. I sound like, you know, some sort of crazy old guy out of a disaster movie, but I don't know. Don't know. It's a little bit weird. Oh, thanks, Jack. Jack is a member of Economy on YouTube. You get the worst legroom possible, Jack. And the worst service, but everyone gets the worst service. You just happen to get the worst legroom as well. 3,000 feet then is what we're going to descend down to. Seeing as we're on Unicom, we'll just let VNAV do all the work. And it's a nice way to test the VNAV on the plane as well, which is cool. Welcome, Jack. Jack, are you in the Discord? Because you can be now if you're not. Let's get ourselves down to 3,000 feet. Outbound traffic, AirNaut 232, flight level 390, inbound gas to 30 miles to run, descending now to 3,000 feet for a runway 23 arrival on the ILS into Hamburg on the Risbo 3 Papa. Hamburg traffic. I need to sort out that control bind. Abdex, you just gifted another sub. You legend. Annie-boy got it. Oh, Annie-boy was in earlier. I think you had to disappear for a bit, but you should be back for the landing, he said. Cheers, Abdex. Appreciate it. Thank you, mate. It's, yeah, I always say it, and I don't say it to whinge or complain, but honestly, like, memberships, donations, they just completely flip the economics of streaming on its head. Like, if I relied on ad revenue alone, I mean, it could be like £1.26p for a whole day of streaming. And I'm not joking when I say that. Like, it is shocking. Absolutely shocking. Morning, Jonathan. Yeah, there's always part of me that when I go live for the day, it's like, am I just burning a day here? You know, there's always that worry. Who's that squawking at me? Who's that? So we've got Singapore in front, which is in fact Abdi. Then we've got this Eurowings here. 8 minutes out. Then you've got me at 10 minutes out. Then we've got another one at 12 minutes. Where are you? Oh, God, you're coming from down there. Ooh. Could get tight. Could get tight. Yeah, Joseph, I think you're right. It definitely has its place, AI. I just worry that people use it a bit too much. Let's see if I can sort my controls out. Remove that. Yay, it's gone. That's good. So now do you just sit around, pretty much? Yeah, just get the plane to do it all, and I'll just sit here and beg for money online. That's basically what we do. Have I come out of standard pressure? Wasn't the plan. How did that happen? I must have hit a button or something and not realised it. Extend speed brake. Out they come. Welcome, BG. Nuclear's in as well. Will I ever stream the A350? We did at the start, when it first came out, and we had a bit of a rough time with it, and we put it back in the hangar. And it remained, for me at least, very difficult to hand fly, but apparently, well, not apparently, I know now that it has improved. They've improved it. So I think it feels a bit more accurate on the roll axis, because it was just not enjoyable to hand fly. I felt it was unrealistic. Anybuild said it was realistic. Others in the community that have got real world A350 experience that aren't affiliated with any said it isn't quite right. And I made a video being like, oh, what do I do then? Like, do I just not fly it? Because it's not, you know. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, unrelated to my video, I'm sure. I'm not trying to say, like, because I made the video, they changed it. It felt better. Felt way less wallowy. And it feels similar to how this A340 feels now, which A330 drivers seem to think felt realistic, particularly with the Moser AB9, which I have. So it's like, yeah, pretty good. Maybe we can start flying it a bit more. We definitely need to get used to it though again, won't we? Because it's like a new gen Airbus, isn't it? Last time I saw it, it felt a bit wobbly on the roll axis. When was that? Because I made the video, what was it now, a couple of months ago? A couple of weeks later, it felt way better. Like, loads of people in the Discord were like, suddenly feels better now. Like, it feels different. And then I tried it and I was like, yeah, you're right, it does. Like, it doesn't feel like I remember it feeling. Like, it was still not as responsive as an A319, but then it's not an A319, is it? Or 320, 321, they all feel roughly the same. Like, it is bigger, you do sort of feel that weight. Because even if the ailerons move on the wings, the ailerons have got more weight, I suppose, to sort of move, which makes sense. Jack, if you go to the channel page, there should be a tab now for you with a link in there. Now you remember. Yeah, try it again, Addy, because I mean, honestly, had I waited like 3 weeks to make that video, it would have been a very different video, which is a bit unfortunate in a lot of ways. .340 is definitely a challenge to land. I tried the 350 this morning. Terrible performance. Oh no. Yeah, I'm definitely struggling with the A340 because I'm just not used to it. I don't think it's because it's in any way not right. Like when the A350 launched, I'm convinced it wasn't right. Convinced it wasn't right. People saying, oh, it's your joystick. It's like, are you kidding? I review bloody joysticks for a part-time living. Like, I've got so many... if another joystick turns up, my wife's just going to give me, like, a people's elbow, followed by a stone-cold stunner, and I'll be out. Like, there are boxes and boxes and boxes of joysticks at the top of the stairs now, and she's like, seriously, what the hell? Like, when are these going to stop turning up? What are you going to do with all of these? Like, make a plan. I'm like, oh, okay, and then I forget about it, and then a month goes by. And so yeah, I feel like I've got enough joysticks to be able to accurately tell whether or not it's a joystick issue, because I tried the lot. Thrustmaster Warthog, Thrustmaster Ava, Thrustmaster Airbus, Moser AB9, Thrustmaster T-Flight HOTAS 1. Even on the Boeing yoke it felt weird. So I don't know. Don't know. Yeah, the 340, rather than like move the plane sort of roughly in real time, you almost need to sort of use the stick to push it where you want it to go, rather than directly tell it where you want to go. If that makes sense. And you could say, oh, why couldn't you have just done that with the 350 when it came out? It's because you really needed to push it where you wanted it to go, which made it borderline impossible. What's going on here then? So Eurowings is slotting in. How fast are you going? 343. How fast am I going? 401. Time to slow down, I think. Oh, I can't use my thing, can I? Let's go 250 knots. Hamburg traffic air knot 232, slowing to speed 250 knots for separation, Hamburg. Yeah, Abdi, give it another go. I would give the A350 another go. I feel like they just released that thing too soon. They should have held on to it. But yeah, biggest tips I can give you, Norrie, for the 340, because we did a bit of a landing practice session at the end of our flights on the last stream. Things that helped me the most were flaring more than perhaps I thought I should. And secondly, rather than just with the throttles just going from like climb to douche to idle, just gently bring it to idle. That seemed to help quite a bit. Grumpy, presumably you're good to manage your speed with me at 250? I just want to get a bit more of a gap there. You have to manually set the baro on the secondary altimeter, although I don't think New Sky notices. What, on this one, on the 340? Alright, Linus. Yeah, that music's annoying me. How you doing, Roger? Okay, we need to lose. Hamburg traffic air knot 232, slowing to speed 220 knots for Delta Hotel 620, Hamburg. Passengers in. What's my auto brake setting going to be? Low. Get those brakes out again. What's Abdi just put in Twitch chat? You must be coming up for landing now, right, Abdi? Yeah. Be flying the downwind. Where are you going? Yeah, totally. We're going to clash with this guy, I think. Not hearing many Unicom calls, I must say. Roger, we're in the 340. Airbus A340 this morning. There it is. The new Air-Not livery. Which wasn't as bad to make as I thought. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it actually was. Okay, so what the plan is... Keep an eye on this Eurowings. I suspect I'm going to just vector on out further. Then...
Hamburg traffic, Air-Not 56. Foxtrot heavy, reducing speed to 220 knots to avoid traffic ahead. Currently passing over Ribso on a Ribso 3 Papa arrival with a Delta Hotel 657 transition.
Yeah, we'll just vector. If I download your A340 livery but on Flight Sim 2020, would I still see it since it's 24? No, like the plane doesn't work on 2020, does it? So yeah, you wouldn't. You need the 3D model to be there in the sim that you're on for it to work. So you need to own the A340 for it to call the 3D model, for it to then paint the livery on, for you then to see it as a model match plane on VATSIM. That's kind of how it works. Cheers, Jordan. Thank you, mate. Nice one, Roger. Thank you. Doubt it would work on the LVFR. No. Here's that Eurowings look coming in. I do love these CRT screens. That's super cool. Kind of dig it. Right, let's consult the map again then. Okay, so this Eurowings is going ahead of Abdi, which is an interesting move. Where are you going? Oh, you've gone into a hold. Fair enough. Well, I think my plan then will be to fly the downwind, such that we don't get in the way of Abdi. Potentially to keep an eye on this Eurowings. We haven't heard anything on Unicom from him yet. Yeah, I see that, Linus, but obviously I need to keep in mind other traffic. I feel like we just can't hear anything in this plane. Turn the AC on, it's getting hot in here. If I can, I'll go 240 Grumpy. 240 it is. Let's have the music back. It's feeling a bit dead. I feel like the engine sounds aren't enough to carry the stream. Tell me you're going to Hamburg as well. Bloody hell, you are. Alright, let's go. Open descent. 4,000. Because then, when we feel the time is right, we can cut across if we want to. Power's on. 126,855. Power's on, Grumpy. So let's go Delta Hotel 656. Hamburg traffic, Air 232, going direct to Delta Hotel 656, and then over to Tower, Hamburg traffic. Radar vectors RMP approach. Landing 2-3. That's good.
Hamburg traffic, Air 56, Foxtrot heavy, turning on downwind for runway 23. Will vector as appropriate to avoid company traffic in front.
Thanks. Okay, let's go 3,000, but managed. Hamburg traffic, Air 232 on an 18-mile final for runway 23. It is Microsoft Flight Sim 24, yes.
Hamburg traffic, Air 56, Foxtrot heavy, vectoring direct to Delta Hotel 656, correction, Delta Hotel 656.
Let's go 200 knots. Right, you lot had better not come and cut us up. I want you to come out nicely and join. Eurowings, I'm looking at you. Okay, let's go flaps 1. Hamburg traffic, Air 232, 13-mile final, runway 23, slowing to speed 200 knots, and we'll keep 160 until 5 thereafter, switching over to the tower.
Ocean 100 request push and start at gate at ramp 12.
Ocean 100, push back and start through face south, squawk 7336, please. Correction 3736, Ocean 100,
squawk 3326.
Good afternoon, Air 232 on a 10-mile final for runway 23.
Air 232, Hamburg Tower, morning, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach number 2, Air 232. Okay, glide slope is captured.
2,500.
Gear down.
Kona 8 Lima Whiskey, wind 3037 knots, runway 33 cleared for takeoff, good flight, ciao.
Runway 33 cleared for takeoff, Lufthansa 8 Lima Whiskey, danke, tschüss.
Okay, VAP is 133, that seems awful low. We'll activate the approach mode.
2,000.
Get those flaps out.
Singapore 7348, taxi via Delta 1 and Golf, hold short runway 33.
Delta 1 Golf and hold short the 33 for Singapore 7348.
Air 232, wind 300 degrees 7 knots, runway 23, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 23, Air 232, thanks.
Hamburg Tower, good morning, Air 56, Foxtrot Heavy. On final approach to runway 23, 13 miles to run on the localizer.
Air 56, Foxtrot, Hamburg Tower, good day, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach number 2, 56 Tango, correction 56 Foxtrot.
Okay then.
1,000.
Gear down, auto brake set, flaps full, spoilers armed, lights are on. Oh lordy. Come on in. Still can't hear those engines much. It feels very quiet, this plane. Eerily so.
$500. $400.
Come on you, over to the right please. Not too much though. Oof.
300.
It's down as well.
100 above. 200. Minimum.
Continue.
Singapore 7348, for your information, you're still on Delta 1, not Golf, no problem. Continue taxi to gate 07, cross runway 33 approved. Taxi via Delta 1 and Zulu 5, Zulu 1.
We apologize. To gate 07 via Delta 1, cross 33 for Singapore 7348.
Whoa, those rudder pedals felt a bit iffy.
Oh, good.
Oh, we need some practice in this thing, don't we? Oh, how do we turn off the auto brakes? They are off. That's good.
Hamburg Tower, Ocean 100, request taxi.
Ocean 100, taxi to holding point runway 33 via Zulu 5 and Bravo 1 and line up runway 33 and wait.
Still struggling with this one.
Taxi for runway 33 via Zulu 5, hold short, Bravo 1, Ocean 100.
Yeah, no landing rate pop-up. New Sky wouldn't have it.
No 232, welcome to Hamburg, taxi via Golf, hold short of runway 33.
Golf, hold short, runway 33. Any chance of a cargo stand? Not 232.
Cargo scan, roger. Taxi to gate 903 via Golf and Yankee 3.
903 via Golf and Yankee 3, yeah, not 232, thank you.
And on 56 Foxtrot, wind 300 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 23, 56 Foxtrot.
Right, straight on then.
Moin, Wings 2 Delta X-ray, establish on the RS runway 23.
Golf and Yankee 3 it is, so landing
Wings 2
lights
Delta X-ray,
off.
Hamburg Tower, good day, continue approach. Number 2, caution back turbulence is heavy in front.
Thanks for the heads up, and we'll continue Wings 2 Delta X-ray.
Nice landing, yeah, it's okay, it was alright. It just felt I was a little bit, yeah, I was fighting it a little bit, I didn't feel stable. GSX.
Ocean 100, question, are you able for immediately departure?
Say again, Ocean 100.
Ocean 100, are you able for immediately departure?
I'm ready for immediate departure, Ocean 100.
Niner 3 Alpha or Bravo?
Ocean 100, wind 300 degrees, 7 knots, runway 33, cleared for immediately departure.
Cleared for immediate departure, runway 33, Ocean 100.
I was more worried about, Linus, to be honest, how I was doing a bit of left to right.
Going to that X-ray, roger, you passed.
It's us, isn't it?
Hamburg Tower, Moin, Austrian 7 Romeo, established ILS runway 23.
Austrian 7 Romeo, Hamburg Tower, good day, continue approach number 3.
Number 3, Austrian 7 Romeo.
Not 56 Foxtrot, turn left via Delta 1, taxi to gate 902 via Delta 1 and Yankee 3. Your wings 2 X-ray Delta wind 310 degrees, 10 knots, runway 23, clear to land.
I guess we'll take Alpha.
Tower Air Knots 56 Foxtrot. Sorry, I missed your taxi instructions. All sorts of alarms going off. Can you repeat?
Air Knots 56 Foxtrot, no problem. Taxi to gate 902 via Delta 1 and Yankee 3.
Taxi to gate 92, right Delta 1 Yankee 3, 56 Foxtrot.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Romeo, Hamburg Tower, morning. Check your microphone, only static.
My apologies, Lufthansa 4 Tango Romeo, set descendants runway 23.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Romeo, Hamburg Tower, morning. Continue approach, number 3.
Cover that, 4 Tango Romeo.
Don't crash me into the sign. Really? Okay. I believe you. Or do I? No, I'm sorry. I'm not buying that. That's absolute bullshit. I'm stopping here. Right. APU is on. In which case, engine's off. Please. And thank you. Get the external power on. Lose the APU. Should have turned off the APU first before turning off fuel pumps. Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. Never mind.
Oh, I thought that X-ray vacated.
Austrian 7 Romeo,
That's not bad. Midday, and we've made it to Hamburg. Next leg then is to...
Austrian 7 Romeo.
And 46 Foxtrot clearance, use gate 901 via Yankee 3.
Let's see if we can use New Sky for this leg, because I don't know why it wouldn't work last time.
Taxi left via Delta 1, hold short of comment 33.
Okay, free flight, New Sky 233. Hamburg to Prague. Freighter. Only an hour's flight. If we say we're going to get gone by...
Foxtrot, confirm instructions.
What's going on with Grumpy?
Hamburg Tower, not 56 Foxtrot. Instructions Delta 1 Yankee 3 to stand 92, correct?
Reclearance, use gate 901 when able.
Start flight. That should be alright.
Use gate 901 Bravo and 456 Foxtrot, thank you.
Thank you.
Here he is, look. With his ground power attached, of course. Let Eurowings just go through Grumpy.
Eurowings 2 Delta X-ray, cross parameter approved, taxi to gate 02 Bravo via Zulu 3 and Zulu 1 Blue Line.
02 Bravo via Zulu 3 and Zulu 1 Blue Eurowings to the day.
Austrian 7 Romeo going around.
Austrian 7 Romeo, roger. Austrian 7 Romeo, reason half, go round.
Unstable approach, Austrian 7 Romeo.
Ah, right.
Roger.
Is everything alright, Grumpy? That sounded like things got a bit tense for you back there.
Austrian 7 Romeo, proceed missed approach procedures, monitor advisory 122, that's made, see you later.
Proceed to go around, procedures filed, monitor advisory, see you later, Austrian 7 Romeo.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Romeo, wind 3103, 10
Alright, let's do And a request then.
23, clear to land. Lufthansa 4, Tango Romeo.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're all being quite kind with that landing, really. Like, I thought that was a bit crap, but you all seem to think it wasn't too bad. I didn't feel like I was too low. Like, I was low on the ILS and I was low on the Pappies, but visually I thought I was all right. Maybe I was about 10 feet off. 10, 20 feet lower than I should have been over the numbers. But I always feel like to get a nice landing near the touchdown markers without having to... Uh-oh. OBS just says it's disconnected. And now it's back. I'll watch it back later, but pretty much whenever I go for 2 reds, 2 whites and keeping the ILS on the markers, it seldom goes well for me. And yesterday... when I was doing the... PMDG 777 sound pack video, the landings I did in that video, that was with the auto land system, and it was following the crosshairs of the ILS, and it was 2 reds, 2 whites, and it was a mile off, I thought, to be honest, which is so weird to me given that this is a flight simulator, if you know what I mean. Right then, let's file this flight plan, shall we? To Prague. Is there any coverage on in Prague? I noticed there was stuff on earlier. And now it's all gone. Ideal. Never mind. Right, what was I doing? To Prague we shall go. Right, let me make some notes. We'll take some notes before we get gone. New Sky gave you a 10. New Sky won't give me anything today. Okay. X-ray November Oscar 233. Tatman! Nice to see you again, mate. How are you? Have you been lurking? Thank you very, 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 very much for your €10 donation. Appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you're well. Fun story though, the channel is growing at its worst rate since it began. Which is worrisome. I think it's basically because we've taken more of a an interest in streaming, and that generally generates less subs, and as a result of more streaming I've done less videos, and it's the videos that quite often get subs, and I've been quite poor at putting out YouTube shorts. So the plan is to get more on it with the shorts. That be the plan. Twitch, on the other hand, is growing quite nicely. But then, compared to YouTube, I started on Twitch a hell of a sight later than I did on YouTube, so it's kind of early days on Twitch, really. If I had my way, I would just stream constantly. But I do enjoy making the videos as well.
Hamburg Tower, morning. Wind 310 is 10 knots, runway 23, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 23, 212, thank you.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Romeo, welcome to Hamburg, taxi left.
Oh, thank you anyway, Tapman. Thank you for the donor. I really do appreciate that.
Left Delta, hold short runway 33, Lufthansa 4 Tango Romeo.
Appreciate you all. Even grumpy. Two, 3, 3. Cheers to follow on. Thanks, mate. Nice one, Abdi. Cheers for cheering 70 on Twitch. Right, I am back connected to...
Clear to Frankfurt via AMLO to Golf departure out of runway 33. Flight plan route, climb via SID to 5000, squawk, 333 and 2. Lufthansa 2 Victor Kilo.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Kilo, squawk in 1112.
Squawk is 1112 for Lufthansa 2 Victor Kilo.
I know what you mean, Jonathan, when you say about not liking shorts. I find my opinion on shorts is probably not in line with what the rest of the industries is. I feel like if you were to just load up TikTok, I feel like you're just basically opening your mind up to be manipulated, borderline abused. Like, it is just brain rot levels of content on there. And I really don't like that. Like, you get the occasional funny video. Like the other day, like, I loaded it up to do some stuff for the channel. And, I don't know, there was like a funny video of a dog or something. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then the next video was just like, spend the day with me as a whatever. And it's just like, stop trying to promote your makeup brand, like, or whatever this is. You know? Ugh, don't like it. I recently watched your video where you showcased how to make the TCA Thrustmaster work with the PMDG 737. I've replicated the settings as shown in the video. However, in the 777 reverse thrust, it won't activate. Do you have an idea of what that reason could be?
Lufthansa 14 Romeo cross runway 33 approved, taxi to gate 01.
Not off the top of my head.
Cross runway 33, taxi gate 01 by Zulu 3, Lufthansa 14 Romeo.
Yeah. I feel like my shorts content strategy is just to put some wholesome content out there, because I feel like that is severely lacking right now. Severely lacking. Jim says, I copied that video and it worked fine for me. Well, Felix, I don't know what to say then. It's, yeah, tricky one, isn't it? I do get a lot of comments in that video being like, rubbish, doesn't work. It's like, well, not saying that's what you're saying, Felix, but yeah, a lot of people, like, on the explainer videos, they'll just, like, leave a rage comment being like, doesn't work. Information Charlie. Enjoyed last night's video on the Boris sound pack. Yeah, I think you're probably one of the only few that did, Harry, because according to YouTube, it came up this morning saying not many of your subscribers are choosing to watch this video, which basically means it's sucking right now in terms of performance. So it's like, cool. Spent all day on that, so that's good. Never mind. You can't win them all. Can't win them all. Right, let's get clearance to Hamburg. Not Hamburg, I'm in Hamburg. Prague. Tower, Airnaut 233, stand 903 Alpha, information Charlie on board, aircraft type A340 300 with IFR to Prague, please.
Airnaut 233, Hamburg Tower, welcome back. Information Charlie is current, clear to your destination via Rama 6 Golf departure out of runway 33. Flight plan route climber sit to 5,000 feet, squawk 7606.
Clear to Prague on the Ram R6 Golf departure via runway 33, climb via SID to 5,000 feet, and squawk is 7606, Airnaut 233.
Airnaut 233, rate back correct.
On Hamburg Tower, easy 212, vacated 23, holding Delta 4.
Easy 212, welcome to Hamburg, taxi forward via Golf and hold short of runway 33.
Okay, squawk is 7606.
Taxi Golf and hold 33, easy 212.
That'll do. Yeah, it's weird, Felix. It's a really tricky one for me because I have 50% of the people say it's it works and some people say it doesn't work. I don't know. I mean, it has worked for me in the 777. I can revisit it though. I can double check. Maybe something's changed since I made the video. That's the only thing. That's the only other thing.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Kilo, pushback and sort of approved, face south, Zulu 1 blue line.
Maybe it's out of date. I must admit, I've taken to using spad.next
Pushback approved,
more recently.
facing south on Zulu 1 blue line.
Okay, departing 33 Ram 6 Golf. Insert that. What we looking at into Prague? It was
Hamburg Tower, hello again. Austrian 7 Romeo, ILS
24, wasn't it? ILS 24.
Romeo, Hamburg Tower, welcome back.
Golf 4 Sierra.
Runway 23 is clear to land, Austrian 7 Romeo.
No worries, Felix. Yeah, I hope it works out for you, mate. And to be clear, I wasn't including you in what I was saying then. It's just like some people just leave drive-by comments and leave a thumbs down on the video. It's like, did you even persevere? Or did you just yell and leave? I do it when I'm watching YouTube tutorials. I'm just so desperate for an answer quickly that I tend not to follow the video in its fullness. I just sort of want to try and find the answer somewhere. It's like, no, you've got to slow down and watch the whole thing. So I'm guilty of it too. Irazu, we'll go via Irazu. Ba 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 ba. Good. Let's do init page B.
Easy 212, cross runway 33 approved, taxi to gate 06 Alpha via Bravo 3 and
Do our
01
takeoff
orange line.
performance. In fact, let's get fuel pumps back on. And let's get the APU fired.
Cross 33 to 06 Alpha via Bravo 3 with a Zulu 1 and orange line 8212.
Then we'll do takeoff performance. So we're going to do runway 33. Sync the weather.
Tower, good afternoon again. Air Knot 56 Tango, stand 91 Bravo. Request
Okay, flex temp.
clearance to Prague. Aircraft A4, correction A340 heavy and information Charlie on board.
Flaps 1 up 4.8. We're doing 147, 152, 157. 147 for V1. 152 rotate. 157 for V2. It's all looking good.
56 Tango, Hamburg Tower, welcome back. Information Charlie is current clear to destination via Rama 6 Golf departure out of runway 33. Flight plan route.
Oh, it's a Lufthansa A350 that just landed. Nice. How was your landing? Hopefully better than mine. I feel like mine was not great. Not the greatest.
Ready to Prague on
nice
the
to see you though.
Rama 6
Hope your flight was good.
Departure, climb by SID to 5,000 feet and squawking 7603 for 56 Tango Heavy.
And 56 Tango Heavy, read the correct.
Right, let's get the beacon on. I'm going to get ready to... Now, let's just have a look at what we might expect in terms of a pushback. Runway 33's here, so we should have it nice and easy actually. Push back onto Yankee 3, facing south, onto Gulf. Excuse me. Then line up on 33. 85 feet per minute. That's good. Sadly, I don't know what mine was because my New Sky app went weird, so I shut it down. But hopefully it'll work this time. Fingers and toes crossed. Alright, prepare for push and start. Yeah, I feel like mine was alright. Just not used to this aircraft. I think I gave it too much input. That's what I did. I overworked it at one point and then I had to recover it and well, you know what it's like when that happens. Now then, does the ground equipment...
Star 1 Pulse 115 Mike, heavy stand 86, request push and start.
Is it not doing anything? GSX, get in the bin, seriously.
Postman 15 Mike, Hamburg Tower, moin, Postman start of approve, face south.
Postman start route facing south, Postman 15 Mike.
I can see people walking around now, so that's encouraging.
Postman 15 Mike, please confirm the DCS.
That's alright, just confirm this, but as far as I understand, there's a bug with the aircraft and the ATC systems that basically...
Christopher, we are heading...
Like I would be fine with the read back as well.
To Prague. Cargo is Timu returns. Yeah, I don't know, Nori, why GSX is the way it is.
Romeo vacated runway 23.
I was having trouble with it yesterday in the 777 doing the video. It just wouldn't push me back. It's fine 1 minute.
Austin.
And then the next minute.
Austin,
just
Romeo, welcome to our taxi left via Delta 1, hold shot of runway 33.
A340 has just released, yeah. I think what I'm struggling with is that it feels a lot different. Like you sort of got to nudge it where you want it to go, and if you nudge it too far, then it's kind of hard to pull it back. Whereas with the 320 family, you've got a little bit more directness to the input, if that makes sense. It's good fun though. It's good fun to learn something new.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Kilo, taxi to holding point parameter 3, via Zulu 1 Blue Line and Bravo 5.
Aha, we're being lifted up.
Taxi 2 holding point runway 33 via Zulu 1 Blue Line and Bravo 5. Danke.
Hamburg Tower, citation November 1 Whiskey Tango with information Charlie requesting IFR clearance to Prague.
During 6 November Lima, Hamburg Tower, moin, pushback inside approved, face south to the 1 Orange Line.
Face south Orange Line, during 6 November Lima.
Need a bigger plane, what, for all the Timu crap, yeah. Tower Air 233, stand 903 Alpha, ready for push and start.
Air 233, pushback inside approved, face south.
Face south, Air 233.
November 1 Whiskey Tango, Hamburg Tower, moin, information Charlie's current. Clear to your destination via Rama 6 Golf departure, out of runway 33. Flight plan route, climb by sit to 5,000 feet, squawk 7607.
Right then.
November 1 Whiskey Tango, clear to Prague via the Rama 6 Golf departure, climb to 5,000, squawk 7607.
Is New Sky going to play ball?
Runway 33.
Seems to be.
November 1 Whiskey Tango, say again, sorry. Lufthansa 2 Victor Kilo wind 3103 is 10 knots, runway 33 cleared for takeoff, good flight, ciao.
Runway 33 cleared for takeoff for Lufthansa 2 Victor Kilo.
I just can't hear the engines.
And November 1 Whiskey Tango, we're clear to Prague via the Rama 6 Golf departure, climb to 5,000.
I can sort of just hear them.
33, squawk 7607.
November 1 Whiskey Tango, read back correct.
No worries, Jack. Yeah, so those engines are starting. You just can't hear them.
Please set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
Bizarre.
915 Mike, custom taxi.
So we'll wait until N2 gets beyond 10, is it?
Post 915 Mike, taxi to runway 33 via Golf and line up runway 33 and wait.
Taxi to runway 33 by Golf, and we're not sure if we'll be ready upon reaching the Boston 15 Mike.
Boston 15 Mike is again.
We might not be ready upon reaching this, that affects things, Boston 15 Mike.
Roger, Boston 15 Mike, when taxi only holding point runway 33 via Golf.
Taxi to runway 33 via Golf, Boston 15 Mike, thank you.
Did I definitely check the master volume? Well, I checked the
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Should we do it 100%? Do you reckon that'll help?
Austrian 7 Romeo, taxi course runway 33 approved, taxi to gate 04 Alpha
See what that
via
does.
23 and Zulu 1 blue line.
Cross runway 33, taxi to gate 04 Alpha via Zulu 3 and Zulu 1 blue line, Austrian 7 Romeo.
Eurowing 6 November Lima, request taxi.
Eurowing 6 November Lima, taxi to holding point runway 33 via Zulu 1 orange line and Bravo 4.
Right, that's good. That's 4 engines started.
Eurowing 6 November Lima.
Boston 15 Mike, report. Boston 15 Mike, say again.
Boston 15 Mike, ready for departure, sorry.
Boston 15 Mike, line up runway 33.
Runway 33, Boston 15 Mike.
We want to fly to
Tango Heavy, request
5,000 feet. Auto brakes to max.
Boston 15 Mike, wind 310 10 knots, runway 33, cleared for takeoff, good flight.
Good takeoff runway 33, Boston 15 Mike, choose.
Air North 56 Tango, pushback inside approved, face south, Zulu, correction. Pushback inside approved, face south, keep clear of Delta 1.
Pushback approved, face south, keep clear of Delta 1. 56 Tango Heavy.
And tower air, not 233, ready for taxi.
Air North 233, taxi to holding point runway 33 via Golf.
Holding point runway 33 via Golf, and not 233.
Hamburg Tower, November 1 Whiskey Tango, ready for pushback and engine start from stand 103.
Come on in.
Air North 56 Tango, hold position. November 1 Whiskey Tango, taxi to holding point runway 33 via Delta 1 and Delta 9 now.
Yeah, the sounds definitely need a bit of.
For runway 33.
Yeah, they need a bit of something.
November 1 Whiskey Tango.
Tower Air North 56 Tango did ask GSX to push me facing south, but we're going north.
Oh, good.
Standard day with GSX.
Eurowing 6 November Lima, ready for departure.
Eurowing 6 November Lima, roger. I want to be first, the heavy's out. Have you time enough? And 233, wind 310 degrees, 10 knots, runway 33, cleared for takeoff.
We have takeoff runway 33, air not 233.
Tower Air North 56 Tango, can I continue push back a little bit to line up with the taxi line?
Air North 56 Tango, approved.
Approved, further pushback, 56 Tango.
Okay, lights. Camera action. Oh my god, my TV wants to turn on.
Hamburg Tower, this is Austrian 7 Romeo. Actually, there's an A320 right next to my assigned gate. Maybe you can clarify?
Austrian 7 Romeo, roger, it's only a static at 04 Alpha. Use the gate, which is clear for you.
Okay then. Thanks, Austrian 7 Romeo.
During 6 November Lima, behind departing aircraft, line up runway 33 behind.
Okay, SRS green, Manflex 53, auto thrust blue.
B1.
Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Lever into climb. Did that gear come up? Yes, it did. Guys, miserable and gloomy here, isn't it?
During 6 November Lima, wind 31 degrees, 20 knots, runway 33 cleared for takeoff, good flight, ciao. And sorry for waiting. 6 November, ciao. And sorry for waiting.
Tower Air Knot 56 Tango, request taxi.
Air Knot 56 Tango, taxi to only point runway 33 via Delta 1, Yankee 1 and Golf, give way Cessna 750 from left to right.
Taxi holding point runway 33, Yankee 3, Delta 1, Yankee 1 and Golf, give way to Cessna passing left to right. Cessna traffic in sight.
Moin, die Lufthansa to India Microstand 03 Bravo with information Charlie, expect clearance to
I feel like I'm okay hand flying it when I'm on the climb. It's just when I'm on the approach, not so much. Because this is feeling quite nice.
Lufthansa to India Mike, Hamburg Tower, moin. Information Charlie is current, cleared to Frankfurt via unload, to Golf departure out of runway 33, flight and route, climb by air, sit to 5,000 feet, squawk 1357.
Right, now is this the sort of airport where you go over to when airborne monitor advisory? Yeah. So we don't need to wait for a handoff. Transition level was 6,000. Going up to 350. Hamburg traffic, air not 233, departed Hamburg runway 33 on the Ram R6 Golf, climbing now flight level 330, Hamburg traffic. Correction, 350, air not 233. Will do us nicely then. Now, in terms of ATC, fairly certain it's going to be crickets all the way there. Ooh, excuse me. There we go, standard pressure. Did you customize the flaps on the throttle? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hey, MJ. Yeah, I did. There's a video about it on the channel. 3D printed it all. Some of the models that I printed you have to pay for, but it's not much. It's only like a few pounds, like single digits. The others were free. I leave links to it all in the video. So if you've got a 3D printer or have access to one or can find someone or a company that will print stuff that you send them the designs for, I very much recommend it. Ever thought about adding the arm the spoilers onto it? It's a bit trickier, that one. It's a bit trickier to do. Kind of felt like the 3D prints that I was doing, that was kind of the limit of my skill, really. Now, it's not a very long flight, is it, down to Prague? What are we? 12:23 UTC, and it's already 11:39, so within the hour, which will take us to about 20 to 2, which is ideals. My first flight was 8,801 days ago. How'd you work that out? How are the frames looking? Not too shabby at around 45, although that is lower than what we saw earlier, isn't it? I wonder why that is. What if we go back to the cockpit? Yeah, it's definitely lower than what we had on the way out. We were definitely more like 60 locked, weren't we? But then we were maybe at cruise and not at 10,000 feet. Alright, Ames. How are you, mate? What do the colours mean on the FPS counter, e.g. when it's red or when it's green? Green's what you want. I mean, red is when it's kind of not good. In terms of like frame time. You can see it's all about that processor because the graphics card is here. But you can't see it actually, can you? Hold on. There we go. So the main thread is kind of up at around anywhere between 15 and 20 milliseconds for the CPU to do its portion of the work required to get a frame on the screen. GPU is currently at 13 milliseconds. So the GPU sat there with being like, I could do more, but the processor won't let me. So even though we've got a 9800X3D, it is still the limiting factor when it comes to the sim. preventing us from going above 60 frames. Which is a bit weird when you say that out loud, because any other game, imagine if Call of Duty was like that. Can't get above 60 FPS because your 9800X 3D isn't powerful enough. Like, that would be unacceptable, right? But it's a sim. You don't need 150 frames a second. Like, getting 60 now, without any frame gen, without any DLSS or FSR upscaling, is pretty good. I mean, you're going to be limited by one component or another anyway. Like, even when you're playing at 200 FPS on Call of Duty or Counter-Strike or Valorant, the reason you are at 200 and not 250 is because a component has limited you. It'll probably be your GPU or your CPU. So this idea of, oh, I'm limited by this, so I need to get upgraded. It's like, well, no, you don't. Not if you're happy with the performance at which it's limited you. But yeah, now we're at 60. Look, we're mostly green. Mostly green. If I were to switch camera views, red. Let it recover. Greenish. Yeah, I feel like even though those sounds are louder, they just lack presence. Lunchtime, sausage and chips and gravy from the chippy. Philip, that sounds like such a northern thing. No offence, you would never get gravy on stuff from the chip shop down south, I don't think. At least not the ones I've been in. Is it good in VR? As in what? The flight sim? Flight sim's very good in VR. But you need a big old rig. You need a big old rig to play that. It is simulating some impressive stuff, but at the same time, throwing top end hardware at it, to still not be able to get above 60, it does seem a bit weird, doesn't it? Is it worth getting an RTX 5090 along with a 9800X 3D? Jonathan, probably it is. I mean, Grumpy's the one to speak to because he has that exact combo. He'll be able to tell you in detail what it's like. I think he's probably busy flying the departure out of Hamburg at the moment, so he might pop up in chat shortly. But he has that exact combo. However, don't be thinking it's going to solve all your problems, because it won't. Oh, the A340, I've not tried it, Lamar. Sorry, mate. Tampman, I have tried BF6, and I am struggling with it. In fact, Robert, that you can see up there in chat, if you scroll up a bit, I play with Rob, and I get the impression, Rob, you're enjoying it more than I am. I'm not saying that I don't enjoy it, because that's unfair. Like, I do enjoy it to a point. I don't know whether I've just become like a little dopamine-addicted idiot, but I do quite like Call of Duty multiplayer. Just running around like a fool, mincing people. Maybe that says more about me than it does the game, I don't know. I feel like in recent weeks and recent months, I'm feeling very, 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 very time compressed in that I've got the day job and I've got this, and I'm always feeling like I've never got enough time to do everything I want to do for this. But at the same time, I'm afraid to leave my job because this doesn't make enough money, potentially, to lose the income from the day job as well. So as a result, I'm time compressed. And I kind of feel like when it comes to gaming outside of simming, maybe I don't have the time nor the brain space to like fully invest in a hardcore game. Or if I do, it's just going to take longer to get to that point where you start to reap the benefits from it. And for all of its faults, and for all of the ridiculous skins and everything, if you just want to turn it on for 20 minutes and just let your brain go dead, Call of Duty is quite hard to beat. For like lasting at night, just to chill out for a bit, if you know what I mean. Cheers, Rod. Oh, hello. What's Abdi done? Oh, you've cheered 100. Cheers, Abdi. There's a custom mode on BF6 called Portal, and there are remakes of COD maps. Really? No way. That's got to be community stuff, right? That's what all these first-person shooters, in my opinion, are missing, is the lack of custom game servers. Like, imagine if, like, yeah, Rob and I, we just, like, shared the cost on a server and just hosted a shipment 24/7. So that when Call of Duty take it away, inevitably, out of their playlist rotation, we can be like, oh, we can still play it. And other people online that go to the custom server browser, they can find it, and, you know, I think that's something nice about that. I mean, that's basically what Counter-Strike used to be, wasn't it? You'd go to find a server. Back in, like, the CSS days, CS 1.6. You in the Discord, Tatman? Get in the Discord, because we've got a gaming channel. Maybe we should use that to coordinate ourselves a bit, and we can have some gaming nights or something. Not sure how streaming it on this channel would go. Mind you, Captain Canada does it, doesn't he? He does, like, Captain Canada After Dark. And he'll just play Battlefield 6. I'm like, hell yeah, I love that. I love that you just take a flight sim channel and you're like, yeah, I'm still going to play Battlefield 6 on it. That's so cool. Love Captain Canada. I bet there'd be a couple of others up for it. I know OG would be up for it. I don't think who else. Lanky might. Thanks, Lorenzo. Lorenzo says, I love you so much. I imagine you do. Tend to have that effect on people. Right, what's going on in Prague? We've got a fair way to go yet. Oh, my headache's coming back. I woke up with a headache this morning. What is the weather doing into Prague? My flight. Wind is 250 and 7, and we're landing on runway 24. So it's only a 10-degree offset. So I don't really have a lot of excuses, do I, other than, sorry kid, you suck. Which is good in one way, but not good in another, because without my excuses, what am I? If you know what I mean. The EFB looks so much better. So much better than what, Ames? As in the older stuff. The old indie ones. Does it good, doesn't it? Will I be flying in the Round the World event? Sorry, Ames, I missed that from you. I wasn't aware there was a Around the World event, but... Is that the one that PMDG get involved in? Is that the one? What's happened, Grumpy? Did you not start your flight? The charity flight. I'm sure I've heard about this from like PMDG. Like, is it Matisse from PMDG that has some sort of hand in organising some portion of it? It would not let me start the flight. Yeah, it wouldn't let me start the flight when I was in Dublin, Grumpy. I don't know why. Maybe it's a Sim Update 4 thing. Because today I've switched to Sim Update 4. And only today have I had that issue. It said to me that I had to be within an hour of the start time. It's like, well, I am. Oh, actually, wait, I wasn't, was I? Because I didn't have live weather on. Is your live weather turned off, Grumpy? Don't know then. What I do know is that I could probably do with some paracetamol. I feel like I'm just constantly ill at the moment. Oh yeah, but Tampman, I mean, like the Discord thing is only really the only reason I put a paywall in front of it is just to stop drive-bys coming along and causing trouble. More than happy to share the link with you if you shoot us an email. I mean, goodness knows you've been generous enough on the channel with donos and things like that anyway. So yeah, shoot us an email, airnot@icloud.com. I'll give you the link. I do maintain, though, that was a good bit of advice I received from someone. They said if you're going to do a Discord, do not make it public. Like, just even if it's $1, just put $1 in front of, a $1 membership will let people. It's only $1, but you'd be amazed at just people that would just drop in and see one of your videos and see the Discord link in the description and just come in and just make a horse's ass of themselves. Just $1 stops that. I was like, okay. He goes, you're not going to get rich off the $1. Like, that's not what it's for. And as far as I can tell, you could like make a membership, join the Discord, and then quit the membership, which is fine. Like, I don't require you to pay indefinitely to retain access, but it's just like it just keeps it nice in there, you know. Do you know if the A330 has a sim rate multiplier? You and me both, Linus. Oh, Ryan. Can't you get to sleep? Yeah, Grumpy, I mean, all the Skalaki stuff will come in time, though, won't it? Grumpy, Jonathan was asking about 9800 X3D 5090 combo earlier, and I said that you have one, or have that combo, I think I'm right in saying. So, perhaps you might be able to field a few questions. Man flu alert. I don't feel like it's man flu. I just feel like constantly not quite right. For like the last month. We're flying to Prague right now, Ryan. Out of Hamburg. We did Dublin to Hamburg, now we're doing Hamburg-Prague. There must be moments, though, Grumpy, where it's not like, the sim is still the sim, ultimately, no matter how much. Oh, yeah, the overlay. I got rid of it to show people the FPS counter. Let me put it back. There you go. Probably not, Ryan. I don't think I'm going to have time to do a turnaround and get anywhere. Maybe I will do some FSI panel. Oh, we should check out FSI panel, because they've updated for the 340 now. So maybe once we land, we'll do half an hour or so of that. Yeah, nice one, Abdi. Thanks for all the support today as well. I didn't realise that was you going out of Dublin. Took me by surprise actually when I saw you, because I saw what I thought was a DHL tail, and then I kept hearing Singapore, and I was like, what? And then it wasn't until you rolled down the runway I saw it was like the Singapore/DHL livery. There you go, Jonathan. You heard it there from Grumpy. No longer need the dev mode. Blame the kids from bringing back the school bugs. Yep. Yep. Doesn't help that my wife teaches either. So I feel like I'm being attacked from land, sea and air between the two kids and her. So basically I lock myself in the shed and remain in this, what I would say sterile environment, but I'm in here huffing and puffing, making a mess with it. But yeah, I spend all day on my own, which is fine by me. I'm very much an introvert. And then in the evening I just get bombarded with germs from probably a collection of 100 plus people that they've been in contact with. More than 100 plus people, in fact. Yeah, so I just basically get machine gunned with germs in the evening. Oh, welcome back, Clark. Welcome. What have you missed? You missed a... Well, I thought it was a questionable landing into Hamburg, but everyone else seemed to think it wasn't that bad. But I felt like I was fighting it quite a lot. I just feel like I know what it was. I felt the moment I messed up, I felt that I was trying to catch the crab and I overcooked it, and then I had to sort of pull it back, and then I vaguely overcooked that as well a little bit. Sim Update 4 is helped a lot, hasn't it? Like, I feel like pre-Sim Update 4, a lot of the... You know, you could park on a runway and take an FPS measurement, but then once you connect to VATSIM, once you get FSLTL going, once you get everything else going, Sim Updates 1, 2 and 3 would then start to fall apart. I feel like with Sim Update 4, that might be coming to an end. Might be coming to an end. Maybe. You feeling rough as well, Linus? That sucks, man. Thing is, though, I suppose like we could all be getting rough now and not actually know if it's like COVID or whatever. You don't test for it anymore, do you? You probably should, but don't. Right, 25 miles to top of descent. Landing performance into Prague. (1022). Temperature in Prague is only 12. Getting cooler now, isn't it? I noticed that the last couple of days. Just wanted to put the heating on, but I haven't done it yet. 250/7. I did see a thread on Reddit the other day, which I thought was hilarious. It's like, why are British people so weird about their heating? Like, loads of people, mostly from America, are like, we just leave it on a thermostat setting. And it just is. Like, if it comes on, it comes on. Because it's required. Because we want the house at 19 degrees, so we set the thermostat to 19, and come rain or shine, it maintains 19. Whereas I feel like we're super weird about it. Collision height 1258. Because Prague is quite high. And we're doing flaps full. Flipping heck, Ryan, that's a weight, isn't it? feeling rough as well, Clark? I mean, once all these controllers get... like, if there's 1,000 people in the queue for VATSIM UK, could you imagine how much better the network's going to be once you have, like, 1,000 extra controllers? That's going to be amazing. Let's go down to 4,000. Prague traffic, Air Not 233, flight level 350, beginning our descent now over Oscan for a runway 24 arrival on the ILS into Prague. Prague traffic. Yeah, I suppose by the time... So even though that list is 800, it might be half full of people that aren't actually going to do it. But even so, that's a lot of people that are ready to become controllers. I just hope that a lot of them are kind of like retired people that have got time in the day, because then VATSIM can light up a bit more in the daytime. I need S3s and C1. So what's an S3? S1 is ground, S2 is tower. What's an S3? That's... don't know what S3 is. Is that director or radar or... S3 is approach, and then C1 is like London control, is that right? Do you think there's a lot of people that get their S1 and stop at S1? I mean, for me, what I look for is ground and tower. If I've got ground and tower, I feel like mostly we're doing alright. If we get approach, that's like a treat. Yeah. I think ground and tower definitely are like the big value adds for me anyway. With approach as well, because approach you can get vectored in, which is nice. But I find that if I'm in a big cruise, I'm not that desperate to have control online. I'd almost rather there wasn't any control online. Just so I can chill and chat to you guys a bit, rather than always having to keep half an ear out for whether I need to turn left by 10 degrees or something, you know? But then if I wasn't streaming, I would probably want all of it all the time. I wonder what it would take in terms of like a membership fee. What would the price need to be, and how many pilots would we need to be willing to pay it for VATSIM controlling to be an employable position, where to the point where you're pretty much guaranteed to get something all of the time. There is a thing, isn't there, in America? I forget what it's called. But I think there's a thing that you can pay for where, like, in an area, they like guarantee something. Aveo? I thought Aveo was free. I thought Aveo was basically like VATSIM, but to me, when I hear Aveo, I think it's like the baby version of VATSIM. Not in terms of skill and ability, I'm not saying that, but just smaller in that there isn't as much coverage and there's not as many pilots. I'm sure there was one. What was it called? Where you'd like, it's a subscription and you pay for it. Have I flown any long haul on VATSIM yet? And if you do, any tips? Pilot Edge! Thank you, Joseph. That's what it is. Pilot Edge, that's the one. Yeah, thank you, Alec. $20 a month. I mean, yeah, it could get expensive. I'm just curious, what is that number? Or what are the two numbers? How much per month and how many pilots is required? I guess you would have, like you say, you'd have to do it by region, so you'd have like a VAT UK subscription. But then if you're going to fly out of the UK, then you have to pay someone else. Oh, it gets complicated, doesn't it? Pilot Edge only covers West Coast USA too, but it's IRL controllers. Would be pretty cool though, wouldn't it, if that could be like a genuine career. Be an air traffic controller, but just virtually. If there was enough pilots that were willing to pay to like make a wage bill possible. But then you get, that's a lot of wages, isn't it? Well, that's a lot of people. Which is probably why it hasn't happened. It's just an interesting thought. Feel ATC UK coverage has been a lot less recently. It's funny that, because last week or week before I did some evening streams and I remember thinking, oh, this is going to be great, because I'm always thinking I wish I could stream at night time more. We'll get loads of ATC, and there really wasn't much. And last night I looked and I think there was Gatwick ground and Edinburgh ground and tower across the whole of the UK, whereas Germany's like, boff, like completely lit up. Easiest way would be to stream doing it. Oh, well, as in to make a wage for yourself, Clark, so that it can become a job. Yeah, I could see that being a problem. Like sometimes if I'm busy talking to ATC, I do get some people, obviously current company excluded, but sometimes in chat you get people that are like, why are you ignoring me? Why are you ignoring me? And they like start spamming the same question. It's like, bro's not reading chat. Like, bro is busy, that's why. Stop saying bro. Now, do I fly the whole SID or do I cut a corner? Where's the map? What's going on? Where are you going? Linus is in front. Looks like Linus is flying the whole works. Hey, it's Hanny! How you doing, Hanny? All the way from Gatwick. Correct height now, yes. Thanks to... well, yes and no. Yes and no. So compared to your sim, it's not the same. So I've got it at the right height relative to my chair, if that makes sense. Because obviously you've got a proper Airbus seat, haven't you, in your place, which is very different to the height of my cheap and nasty, well, not cheap and nasty, but yeah, gaming chair thing that is not an Airbus seat in any way. So sort of, I've got it on, I did build it off of dimensions off of, what was it called? Bobby's A320 thing. There's a guy online who's got a blog where he's got all these dimensions for making Airbus stuff. Oh, who's that? And hi, you are number 3 behind. Okay. Someone's telling me I'm number 3. Nice. Yeah, so I built it off of the dimensions. But I've got it on little furniture legs just to sort of bring it up relative to me. So I've sort of got it just right now. What was that guy saying on VATSIM? Eurowings. So where's this guy going? So Eurowings here has said, hi, you are number 3 behind BCS 15 Mike. Thanks. So is that his way of telling me that I've got to go behind him? Yes, he is. Yeah. So Linus can go first, Eurowings second, and then I'll go third. It may be that I have to extend my downwind. Cheers to the 199, by the way, Hanny. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's made such a difference. I remember when I came to see you, I was complaining about it, wasn't I? Speed brakes required. It's because I had it desk mounted and it was all the way out here, so I'd be sort of flying like that and I'd pull right as I pulled back, and obviously it was a mess, whereas now my arm can be relaxed. I don't know if you can see it, I've got a little armrest as part of my chair. My elbow just catches the armrest. That's sort of how I know I'm in the right place. In a weird way. Oh, Linus, he seems to think you're going first. So Eurowing says...
15 Mike Heavy, turning to the final throttle left, runway 24, Prague traffic.
Prague traffic, not 233. We're going to extend our downwind to give way to Eurowings 3348, Prague traffic. Because otherwise we are going to properly clash, I think. It's a little bit close. So I'm going to come out here and around. Eurowings, if they sort of cut in behind Linus. Where's Grumpy? Is Grumpy still? Yeah, there he is. Grumpy's a fair way back. Nothing else around, is there? Rob says, tell Eurowings he's not as important as me. Yeah, I should have messaged back, like, do you not know who I am? So rather than turning at Arezu, I don't know. 5 miles to the Arezu, you're out there. Yeah, I'm definitely going to extend my downwind. That's too close. I don't like that.
Traffic, both 15 Mike, heavy 4.7, DM you from runway 24, yes, proc traffic.
Time for FSI after landing. Oh, Jim, we are going to 100% need some FSI panel after the landing because I cannot fly this A340 for toffee at the moment. I'm really struggling with it. No fault of the plane. It's all my fault.
The Prague traffic, Eurowings 3348, turning final for runway 24, 14 miles, final.
Well done, Grumpy. I knew I could rely on you. Better put the seatbelts on even though we're flying cargo. We're flying cargo, but we're not flying cargo. Yeah. Good job I'm extending. Then what's the plan when we land? Say Intentions would like to join forces with VATSIM. What would that be? Say Intentions would run Unicom. I don't know how that would work. Because they're going to require money, right? For Say Intentions to be hosted as like a server-based product. Let's go PR32. PR532 even. Traffic, Air Not 233, flying direct Papa Romeo 532 for the ILS into Prague runway 24, Prague traffic.
Traffic Federal 52 Alpha, line up 24.
Got 19 miles to run, so we've got enough time to lose our speed. I'm going to go speed 220 knots, so I think. Maybe I won't. It's alright, Jim, I get it. Yeah, no time for another flight, you're quite right. It hasn't happened yet, but one of these days I live in fear that I'm going to be late picking up the kids from school. And then, yeah, like the headmaster's going to come out and be like, what the hell? And I'm going to be like, yeah, sorry dude, I was playing flight sim. I wish I had a better reason, but I don't. But do like and subscribe.
Prague traffic, you're having 3348, 4 miles final, runway 24.
Federal 52 Alpha, airborne.
Auto brakes low. Yeah, so I got stuck in a hold. Still can't hear the engines. It feels very very odd, this. Morning all from Toronto. Says Crusty Balls. Blimey. I'll get myself demonetized if I read that out. Even though I just did. Goodness. Right, approach mode is on. Go down to 180 knots. Flaps out. Turn up in all my gear. That would be weird, wouldn't it? That would be weird. 10 miles to go. Speed is 180. I'm going to do 160 till 5. Prague traffic Air 233 established on the ILS for runway 24. 9 miles to run will be 160 until 60 ME.
Gerving 3348, runway 24 vacated.
Yeah, the engine, the sounds in this plane, I feel like are letting it down. Come on, Boris. Make a sound pack for the A340.
$2,500.
Gear down, that'll help slow us down as well. And the gear sounds pretty good there, coming down. Okay, let's go final approach speed then. Boris doesn't care about Airbus. Boo!
$2,000.
Let's just check on the cabin. No reason at all because it's full of cargo in the back. Prague traffic Air 233 on a 4.5 mile final, runway 24. Come on in. So, although it looks alright at the moment, 2 reds, 2 whites, that does give me the heebie-jeebies in the sim. Cheers, Levy! Because I always feel like 2 reds, 2 whites, you're actually setting yourself up for a little bit of a disaster if you're not careful.
$1,000.
We'll try it. If we get a late landing, we get a late landing. Definitely much slower to react, isn't it, than a 320. Feels like you're wading through treacle a little bit relative to what we've become used to.
500. 400. 300.
Ugh.
Prague traffic Air 56 Tango, turning on a very short final for runway 24.
100 above. 100. 90. 80. 70. Minimum. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. 10. Retard.
It's alright. That wasn't too bad in the end. Now, can I jump off? Have I got the reversers on?
Air 232, this is Air 56 Tango. You need to get off the runway because I'm right up your APU tire pipe.
Vacating now, Air 233. Dear oh dear, Grumpy. Runway 24 vacated, Air 233. Lovely job then. Strobes off. APU on. How far away was Grumpy?
Park traffic Air 56 Tango Heavy. Short final, 4 miles.
Oh, 4 miles?
Runway 24.
Oh, blimey, Grumpy. We had loads of room. What's all the panic about? I thought you meant like you were really close. Mind you, he's not called Grumpy for nothing, is he? Right, where is the cargo place? Oh god, it's all the way up the other end. So that's going to be Foxtrot, Hotel and Alpha. Prague traffic Air 233 taxiing to cargo terminal via Foxtrot, crossing runway 12, then Hotel and Zulu. Prague traffic. Where is he then? Going to make sure there's nothing coming before I randomly cross a runway. No, there isn't. Strobe's back on then. Park traffic Air 233, crossing runway 1230. New Sky didn't pop up. No, it didn't, did it? Oh, there's Grumpy. We had loads of room, Grumpy. What's all the fuss about? Why are the doors missing? Anyone think it's a Boeing? That wasn't too bad, that. I was much happier with that landing than I was with the one into Hamburg, for sure. Prague traffic, Air 233, runway 1230 vacated. Possibly taking a bit of a weird taxi route here, but Grumpy needed enough time to make sure the runway was still usable. How dare you, Joseph? How dare you? Brake's hot. Where's the brake fan in this thing? It's down here in a 320. Where they've put it? Where have they put it? Prague traffic amendment to our taxi route. We're going to go to cargo stands via Lima, Golf, and Alpha 1. And Zulu. Prague traffic. Bloody me to this. I'm lost in Prague. Just conscious that I've got a big wingspan and I'd rather stay away from the buildings.
Prague traffic, Air Knot 56 Tango Heavy, crossing runway 12, taxiing to
you get your head out the way.
stand on Delta.
We're on Gulf now. Let's see if we can find this cargo area. I'm just curious to see where it is. I've never been up there. I appreciate I probably could just park in there. Also, in the event that control ever does come online with Prague sometimes, it's nice to just have a rough map in your mind. Like a bit of a mental model of the place. Slow ourselves down because we're going far too fast. Right, so we've got about an hour, I think. Which isn't really long enough to get anywhere, is it? But we can do some FSI panel. Have a nice time. We take Alpha 1. This cargo area is not looking all that impressive, is it? I should really pay for the Orbex scenery. It is Orbex, isn't it, that do Prague? I do like Prague. This is the freeware version, but it looks a bit iffy, doesn't it? It's not bad. Right, where's the brake fan thing? There's got to be a brake fan around here somewhere. So basically, this is the cargo area. Okay. I'm gonna go here. A340 is marketplace only. However, they say that you'll be able to transfer your purchase to the INI store at some point if that's what you want. I think basically they want to get the majority of the initial purchases, which is probably going to represent a lot of their revenue in total from that product. They probably just want to get all the money from that rather than have it pirated, which I can understand. Go. Right, APU's on. Engine's off. Yeah, I want to close the flight. Hey, 10 out of 10. Great touchdowns. That was still 343 feet per minute, though. I thought it was smoother than that. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Still, 22k. We'd have made a lot more if that was cargo. I guarantee it. getting towards the later side of being okay. Average centerline deviations 2 meters. Yeah, we're okay. That was all right. It was all right. I've made a meal of the parking now, haven't I? Never mind. Never mind. There is Grumpy. Look at us making a mess of Prague. Yeah, I feel like some scenery might not be a bad idea because I do enjoy Prague. It's a nice place to fly in and out of. Nice indeed. Right, I'm going to quickly go and get a water and some paracetamol because my head is starting to hurt. Then we're going to go and do some FSI panel landings, check out the new update from JP because he's updated FSI panel to include the 340, which is awesome. Good old JP. Sorting it all out, isn't he? So I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. Yes, thank you, Grumpy. And then we'll do some FSI panel together. Have a think about where you want to go when we're back, and then we'll decide where that'll be. See you in a moment. I'm back. Okay. Where do you want to go? Where shall we go? I really wish I'd get rid of the clouds because I feel like I can never quite see where I want to go. Should we start with Heathrow? Let's start with Heathrow and then we'll take some suggestions. It'd help if I loaded FSI panel too, wouldn't it? Right, let's see what JP's got in store for us. There it is. Right, we need to start FSI panel within the sim. So 09 right, 09 left. Doesn't really matter, does it? Not really. 09 left will do. Let's do a long final. Cheers, one. Alright, Tricky. Keeping an eye on my aircon unit. Levers to climb. See what happens. Preparing your approach, stand by. Roger, roger.
2,500.
Okay. Hold your brakes for 3 seconds to take control. Holding the brakes now. Why is there no ILS? I want 09. Left. We don't have any RadNav. What's the code for Heathrow? Anybody? It's not ITH, is it? It's IAA. On 0.3. We might have to throw this landing in the bin. Yeah. Right, we'll loop back around.
$2,000.
We'll fly the downwind. It shouldn't take long. You always like Gatwick, do you, Jim? I like Gatwick too. I always think of Gatwick as home. I don't know why. Because I'm not from Gatwick. Right, here comes the ILS. Please go to Malaga. We might do. Now the glide slope is above us. Let's turn that plane, shall we? Now, can it intercept like this? Let's see if it can. There's a bit of a test for it. A340, yes it is. There you go, it's got the glide, it's got the localizer. Just feel like the sounds, they're not quite there, are they, the sounds, somehow? So we'll let it get settled and then we'll take control. Because I feel like it is still just gradually moving around a little bit. My plane.
$1,000.
Oh, we've gone a bit high. Let's correct for that. Still 2 reds, 2 whites on the Pappies. I've just noticed it on the ILS markers.
$500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 90. 80. 70. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
That was late, wasn't it? That was no good. Are we in reverse? No. That was a bit late. Oh, sorry, Jim. I couldn't fit the A3, the 777 in there. Yeah, everything was good, except for the deviation and the landing distance. But the touchdown was alright. Let's have another go. Levers in decline. We'll do a 4-mile final this time, start to speed it up. The NAS is working very well, by the way. I'm really pleased with the NAS so far. Got that fired up. Yeah, I don't know whether that is because we've made a name for ourselves in that corner, or whether it's just because of the aircraft type we get sent there. Done it again, though. I don't want 27.
1000.
I want 09 left. Nav 110.3. God, JP's still typing in. I've messed it up. Sorry, JP. /110.3. That's my bad. He started typing when JP hadn't finished doing what he needed to do. I think we'll need another go at this one, don't you? Well done, Ryan.
$500. 400. 300.
3 reds.
200.
It's kind of what I want to see in a weird way.
100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
How was that then? Close that. Hey, that was alright. On the centre line, 235 feet. That's not bad, that. That's not bad. Right, let's give it one more go here, then we'll go somewhere else. And I'm not going to interfere with the panel before I take over. You have to buy vouchers to buy it. Yeah, I must admit, I did find the whole process a bit weird when I bought it, because I had to buy... I ended up having to buy the correct number of, like, tokens or whatever it is for the Microsoft store to then be the exact right number to purchase the A350, which is like, or the A340. As soon as I see like you putting a virtual currency in between my currency and the product, I don't like that. I really don't like that.
2,500.
DHL park their gear at the old 551. Maybe get a service contract with them. Wow.
1,000.
I really struggled yesterday with GSX in that video. It was not good. Right, now. I don't know why it keeps putting in 27 left when I've specifically asked for 09 left. Nav /110.3. Here we go then. The other thing I wish GSX would do, not GSX, FSI would do, would on the short finals just start you a bit higher, because it feels like we have to stay level for almost a third, or yeah, about a third of our a quarter of our 4 mile short final. Now we're at 3 miles. And then you spend the next mile, if you let the approach mode do it, recovering to catch it. Here we go then.
500. 400. 300. 200. 100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20 retard, 10.
Oh my word. Not sure that one's going to be as good. Yeah, bank at touchdown, 2.4 degrees. That was not as good, was it? Never mind. Ryan, where did you say you wanted to go? How you doing, Cat? Just scrolling back. Baltimore, KBWI. Sounds like a radio station. Or an American radio station, at least. Do a long final. We're doing good, Yash. Thank you very much. How are you? We are doing a bit of landing practice with FSI panel. Flown from Dublin to Hamburg, Hamburg to Prague, and now we're just trying to get good, basically. Here we go then. It's a pretty approach, isn't it? Baltimore's near Washington, DC? Is that right? It's JP typing in there then. So it hasn't said anything up now. KWBI / KWBI. Airport not in database. What? What's the code? KBWI / KBWI. Again. KBWI / KBWI. There we go. Now we can ask for arrival of ILS. What did I ask it for? 28. Has that programmed the RAD page? No, it hasn't. What's going on, FSI panel? .109.7. What a faff. Oh, /109.7. Why are my rudder pedals jittering like that as well? Go on then. Where'd I get the joystick? FS Projects. And it's on top of a Moser AB9. It is.
$2,000.
Uh-oh. We're running out of fuel. We best land then. Quite a wind going on here, actually, isn't there? Is Baltimore the place out of The Wire, the TV season? Is that where I know it from?
$500. $400. $300. $200. $100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20 retard, retard, 10.
Too bad. Thank you to whoever that was. Who was that? Oh, it was Aviators TV. Nice. How are you all doing? Now, we could really do with some fuel, couldn't we? First of all, we need to see how we did on that landing. Four hours of Heathrow. Nice. Let's have a look. How did that go for us? Landing distance, little bit on the long side. Nice landing though, nice and level. Deviation from centre line, 2 meters to the left. That was alright. That was alright. It's alright. Should we do one more? I've got time for one more, I think. Then I've probably got to shoot. We'll do one more here at Baltimore. go. Right. 4 hours on Heathrow, so you're controlling Heathrow then? Damn. I need to put a bit of fuel in the plane, I think. Because we are running out. Which is appropriate. Levers into climb. Oh my word, what have I done to Twitch chat? It's not working. Heathrow ground, cool. Controlling is such a strong word when it comes to Spoonie. Oh, don't say that. I'm sure they don't mean it, Spoonie. More like herding cats. Well, I think that's maybe more of an indictment on the pilots than Spoonie. I bet you get some real characters that like to fly out of Heathrow. The cheek of it, eh? So that's what you get for streaming, I suppose. We were saying the other day, like, you know, become a streamer and just, you know, just get taken the mick out of all day and then go to bed. That's basically it. It's alright, I got broad shoulders. Right, has it done it again? I bet it has. Flight plan. Yeah, it's got us on 1.5. We don't want 1.5 right. We want 2.8 because we're lined up for 2.8. And I've told you I want 2.8, but you keep insisting on the opposite end. I wonder why that is. I'll message JP about it. He'll probably be able to find out what it is. Slash 109.7. Wallop. There we go. Now we can hold the brakes, put the approach mode on, and we can show chat how it's done. I just wish there was a bit more of a rumble from these engines. It just, they feel very flat. Like in places it sounds good, it's just like it needs a bit more. It needs a bit more. A little bit of something, you know? Just needs a bit more bollocks to it. It just needs a bit, you know, like, so you feel it. Whereas it just feels like just a bit of a gentle whine at the moment. Maybe I could do something in the sounds? I don't know. Audio. Internal engine.
2,000.
2,000. Oh, the Phoenix has come such a long way though, hasn't it, with its sounds. Like, yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I haven't flown the fly-by-wire in ages. I remember when I got the Phoenix, I remember saying on stream, like, and we're not going to forget about the fly-by-wire because it's a amazing contribution to the community, and basically it started this whole channel. So if you don't like the channel, blame fly-by-wire. And I was like, we're not going to forget about it, we'll keep flying it. We haven't been flying it, and I feel bad about that. Right then. Bye plane. Grumpy says, I'm missing the landing bump landing the A340. My 2 landings today were so smooth there was no bump. No one likes to show off, Grumpy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it really. The fly-by-wire. They've been very quiet on 2024 support, haven't they? I mean, I know it sort of works if you just copy it in, but But at the same time, they're volunteers. And, like, software's really hard. And it takes longer than you think it should. You know, I spent a good several years working as a software developer. It's always more than you thought it was going to be. Felt like you had two options. You either say, oh, it'll be this long and it takes longer, or you give them the long option to start with and they freak out and say, no, that's too long. It's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it takes a long time. Particularly when you change the bloody requirements mid-project.
500.
Would it be possible? No! No, it would not. Would it be possible for you to plan ahead
400.
and not make such outrageous demands? Oh wait, you can't say that to customers.
300.
There's a fair bit of wind going on here.
200.
Ugh.
100. 90. 80. 70. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. 10.
Oh. I feel like maybe I need to remove the dead zone on my stick. I feel like I'm constantly moving in the dead zone. Then I go beyond the dead zone and it's a bit too much. Right, let's see the damage on that then. Bit low on the threshold. Touchdown I thought was a bit smoother than that. It was alright. It was all greens. It was all greens. I might try removing the dead zone actually. How do I do that? Moser, which one? Hardware settings. Yes, there's my dead zone, 0.3. Let's get rid of it, see what happens. This could be a very, very bad idea. Could be a very bad idea. Right, move the aircraft. Why do you think there's no bump, Grumpy? Is that because of the way the gear's different? The way it's sort of on the little axis thing and all of that? I suppose that could be it. Right, levers in decline. I might check on V1's Discord to see whether they recommend a dead zone with their profile. You don't happen to know, Grumpy, do you? A350 is nice, but it's so hard to land and no FSI panel support. I thought there was at least some FSI panel support for it, wasn't there? I could have sworn there was something you could do with it. I think it was like not fully done, you know what I mean? Flight plan. Rockville. ILS-28. RadNav. Whoops, did I insert that? No, I didn't. ILS-28 RadNav is /109.7. Let's hold the brakes. And then we'll see if removing the dead zone is a good idea or a very, very bad idea. I think it's probably the landing gear, isn't it? Because the wheels are sort of at an angle, so they sort of kiss the runway, then they go flat, then you got the suspension, whereas the A320, it's just like, bosh, isn't it? Moza V1 says all linear, so no dead zone. No dead zone at all. Ooh, okay. Well, let's try with no dead zone, see if that helps us out. And if not, we'll blame Spoonie. I think that's more than fair.
2000.
See, I've been running with a dead zone of 0.3 for like ever. Let's get those FDs on. Ooh, this does feel different. Different, maybe kind of in a good way. Barely have to touch it now. I feel like I just need to stop changing my settings, because I feel like every time I change my settings it just resets my ability to fly, and then I have to have like a week of being crap, and then you finally get used to it and it's like, oh, I should have to change this way, and then around we go again. It does feel like I'm able to be much more controlled of it though, and it feels like I've got more of a direct control of it.
$1,000.
I've got to descend. Come on, you Wally.
$500. $400. $300. $200. $100. $90. $80. $70. $60. $50. $40. $30. Retard. Retard. 10. Retard. Retard.
Made a mess of that. For the most part though, that did feel better. That did feel better. There's a version 2 for the CO Neo. Ooh, I should check that out. The Neo feels stiffer, doesn't it? Isn't that what it does? Oh, I don't know, that wasn't too bad. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Bank at touchdown, 0.3 degrees right. I thought that was way worse than that was going to be. Okay, so... does it feel much different then, Grumpy? I have to be careful, I'm going to get myself banned. All these call-outs the plane's giving. You found it a bit lighter than the CEO. Oh. So I heard it was a bit stiffer, owing to the fact the Neos are newer. Demon, how are you, mate? Demon's in Twitch. Right, this is the last one, then I've got to go. Gets addictive, this, doesn't it? I think I'll just do one more. Just do one more, and then it's like 20 minutes later, you're still there. Yeah, so I'm in the 1 at the moment, Ryan. Just, yeah, CRTs. And the computers, like, everything just feels a bit slow. Just because it's older gear. Well, I think I preferred that without the dead zone for sure. Maybe V1 has a point. Who knew? The Airbus pilot knows best, rather than some idiot simmer in his shed. There we go. ILS to right. Cheers, Daniel. 109.7. You can see. Can you see my rudder pedals twitching? I think that's my rudder pedals just getting flaky. I mean, all things considered, Grumpy, I think the A340 is quite all right. But I can't see much wrong with it. Not really. Which makes me think I should go back and revisit the 350 now, especially now it handles a bit better. Might be time to drag that one out of the hangar, you know? But yeah, I take your point with the lagginess. I think we're just spoiled with the Phoenix, aren't we? Like, the Phoenix is so bloody good. So good. I mean, if the Phoenix is up here, any builds is somewhere
2000.
Sort of here, then you've got default stuff down here. I'd say it's like a halfway house between, well, not halfway house, a bit more than a halfway house between Phoenix and your defaults, I would say. I'm getting tired now. Time for bed. 2:30 in the afternoon. My plane. Concentrating now. I feel like really we do want 3 reds at a default airport. I feel like every default airport 3 reds is generally where you want on the Pappies. But you're always so tempted to try and shoot for 2 reds, 2 whites.
$500.
Yeah, see that immediately, visually, is looking better to me. As long as we don't go much lower. And now we've gone 2 reds, 2 whites. It's not feeling so good visually. It feels like we're too high.
300.
Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know.
200. 100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10.
Whoops. Way too much on the rudder then, flipping heck. Overcooked it a bit on the rudder input there. Whoopsie. Still, FSI panel might think that was alright. I doubt it though. Training required. Ah, no. Yeah, I overcooked it. Never mind. Never mind. Hey, Philip's in. Philip, I'm just about to end. Sorry, mate. Nice to see you, though. Always nice to see Philip. Oh, guys, thank you so much for today. I'm going to have to shoot now. I've got a couple of little jobs I need to just button up before I go and get the kiddos from school. But yeah, thank you very much indeed for all the support. For those of you that became members, for those of you that donated, for those of you that just hit the like button, and for those of you that were just here. I appreciate you all. I will see you all, I don't know when, but probably over the weekend, because wife and kids are going away, which, aside from me doing the day job, frees me up a bit. So I don't know when it'll be yet, but keep your eyes on the channel. Basically hit the notification bell if you haven't, and then if I do randomly go live, you'll hear about it, but I will try and schedule it beforehand. But yeah, party time this weekend. Whoop whoop. Yeah, not party. So I will see you all very soon, but thank you all very much indeed for your company today. Look after yourselves, and I'll see you on the next stream. Toodaloo.